Chapter 194. The new flyer was holding a product announcement again. Because of the experience of the last two product announcements, when a new flyer announced the product announcement 3 days ahead of time in the Banner Times, everyone was very expectant. At this product announcement, other than the new product announcement, what other big news would the new flyer announce? Even if the location of this product announcement was the Santon Manor that was 15 kilometers away from Banna City, on the day of the announcement, there were countless people who came from Banna City and even cities further away to the Santon Manor. The current Santon Manor was already completely different from when Viscount Santon still owned it. With the several dozen small and large companies gradually building their factories and entering a stable state of operation, the area around the Santon Manor was filled with the sounds of magic machines, making it very lively. Regarding this change, whether it was the newspapers of Banna City or the surrounding cities, they had all reported on it. The newspapers of the capital Anvilmar City had even done a series of reports and analyses on this situation, trying to determine the effects and consequences of this on Banna City. No one could tell what the effects and consequences would be for now, but the effects and consequences that could be seen were that other than the factories of the various companies around the small Santon Manor, and because there were too many workers here, there were many companies that opened shops here, providing various services to the workers. Originally, there were already several thousand workers here. In addition to the people who provided the living services and those who simply moved to the nearby area, the current permanent resident population of this area had already exceeded 10,000. So in and out of Banna City, there were many people who secretly called this place Santon Town. Today, the new flyer was holding a product announcement, and there were countless people who came to Santon Town for the announcement. Just the breakfast shops were sold out, and they made a small fortune. When the Sheenfei Chamber of Commerce announced that the product announcement would be held at 10 in the morning, it was like everyone had been summoned as they flooded into the Santon Manor. Seeing all the empty spaces in the manor filled with people, Sue-Yi revealed a faint smile. Not mentioning anything else, just the new flyer's product announcement itself was already a brand with the power to rally people. Based on this, if the new flyer wanted to release a product in the future, they just needed to hold a product announcement, and there would be enough advertising. They didn't need to spend any effort at all. Seeing that it was time, Sue-Yi took 2 steps forward and stood on the stage that had been set up. The noisy crowd in the manor immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell onto him. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our new flyer's product announcement. I know why everyone is so interested in our product launch. In addition to being curious about our new product, I'm afraid you're more curious about whether something else will happen. Am I right? When Sue-Yi's voice fell, the crowd below the stage. Chairman Sue, you're right. That's right, Chairman Sue. What big news is coming out today? We're looking forward to it. That's right. I came all the way here just for this. As for your new product, you'll know after the announcement. Hey, you guys, the main focus of the product announcement is the product. If you talk about other things, you're not giving Chairman Sue any face. Am I right, Chairman Sue? Sue-Yi laughed. He pointed at the reporter who had good eyes and said, You're right. I remember you're a reporter from the Camber Sun, right? After the announcement, I'll give you half an hour to talk to me alone. As long as I can answer your questions, I'll answer them. Really? The reporter from the Camber Sun was overjoyed. The reporters around him looked at him with envy and jealousy in their eyes. All the reporters were clear that because the new flyer always made some new things, as long as they reported on the new flyer, it would attract more people to read the newspaper. The core of the new flyer was the Chairman Sue-Yi. The people of the cities around Banna City were all curious about Sue-Yi, so of course they liked to read reports on him. This reporter from the Camber Sun being able to get a special interview with Sue-Yi was a very lucky thing. It had to be known this chance was only given to the reporters from the Banna Times. All right, let's return to the main focus of the announcement, which is the new product our new flyer is announcing this time. Sue-Yi raised his voice and cut off the whispers under the stage. Everyone doesn't need to be disappointed. I dare guarantee that just the product itself will be enough to surprise you, because it will change your lives. Next, let's invite the manager of our new flyer's household magic machine workshop, Encanto, to introduce this new product to everyone. Seeing Sue-Yi retreat while clapping, everyone was stunned. Why wasn't it Sue Yi introducing the new product this time, but rather it was this Encado? According to Su Yi's introduction, this Encado was the manager of the household magic machine workshop. It seemed like he was an important person in the new flyer. However, when Encado walked onto the stage, everyone was surprised to find that this Encado was actually a young man who looked to be in his early 30s at most. He didn't have the slightest bit of the mature, steady, or even old-fashioned appearance that everyone had in mind. Instead, he seemed to be full of youthful energy, and radiating vitality. Hello everyone, I am Encado. Facing everyone's gaze, Encado introduced himself in a loud voice. Just like the chairman introduced, I am the manager of the Household Magic Machine Workshop. I am mainly responsible for managing the production of the household magic machines for the company. Because the new product this time is in the category of household magic machines, the chairman had me introduce it to everyone. Seeing Encado talking in front of everyone without any stage fright, Su Yi secretly nodded. Although Hines was a bit petty and short-sighted, his eyes for people weren't bad. After this Encado was promoted, not only did he quickly manage the household magic machine workshop, he also gradually showed his leadership skills and established a high prestige in the household magic machine workshop. Now Su Yi didn't need to care about the household magic machine workshop at all. No matter what happened, Encado could take care of it to satisfy Su Yi. This time he had pushed Encado out to introduce the new product in his place because he wanted to train him. He wanted him to become a high-level manager of the new flyer that everyone was familiar with. Encado didn't disappoint him. Even if this was his first time appearing in front of all these people, he was only a bit nervous in the beginning. After that, he became much more relaxed, looking like a great general. After saying a few simple opening words, Encado came to the center of the stage in front of a box that was covered in a red cloth. He paused for a bit, and when everyone's eyes were on the red cloth, he suddenly reached out to lift it. The red cloth flew away, and there was a silver-colored object that was around 1 meter tall, 1.5 meters long, and 0.5 meter wide that was supported by 4 wheels that appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was confused as they looked at this unknown, square object. After a while, a reporter asked, "Manager Encado, what is this thing called? What is it used for?" "It's called a magic freezer." As for its use, Encado moved the cuboid, and the people close found that from this magic freezer, there was a visible chill that came out. Then everyone saw Encado take out a piece of ice that was around the size of his palm from the magic freezer. Everyone suddenly understood. So this magic freezer had been filled with ice ahead of time. Could it be that the temperature inside was this low? No, you've guessed wrong. Encado shook his head. This piece of ice wasn't placed in ahead of time. Rather, it was a cup of water that I personally put in, and now this cup of water has condensed into ice. If you don't believe me, look at the shape of this ice cube. Isn't it the same as a cup of water? Everyone looked over and found that the shape of this ice cube was indeed a bit special. It was thick at the top and thin at the bottom, with several unique concave arcs at the bottom. It was the same shape as a cup of water. You're saying that the inside of this magic freezer is this cold? It can actually directly freeze water into ice? A reporter asked. Right? This is the use of the magic freezer. Under the effect of magic, it can maintain a low temperature that can freeze water into ice. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Another reporter couldn't help asking, "Then what use does it have? Could it be that this thing can only be used to make ice?" Of course, it's not that simple. Encado revealed a faint smile. He reached out and took out a piece of frozen beef from the magic freezer, raising it high up. "Look, I bought this piece of beef in Banana City yesterday. If this piece of beef couldn't be finished yesterday, it would definitely spoil today. But now that it's placed in the magic freezer, there's no problem even if it stays there for several weeks. Look, doesn't it have any rot on it at all?" The people closer came over to take a look and found that other than a few pieces of ice on the head, there wasn't a single trace of rot on it. Seeing this effect, everyone couldn't help secretly nodding. Not mentioning anything else, just this magic freezer being able to keep the meat from rotting was already very useful. Although there were people who used high-level ice attribute magic arrays to keep things fresh, the cost was too high. Only rich people could afford it, and normal people didn't even need to think about it. So when normal families could finally eat meat, they had to finish it in a short period of time, which really wasn't satisfying. Now that there was this magic freezer, normal families could slowly enjoy the meat they bought. Other than this, the magic freezer can also make some delicious things. Encanto turned and looked at a young girl who was relatively close to the stage as he asked, "This miss, do you normally like to eat sweet things?" The girl was surprised. Looking around, she nodded. "All right, then I think that you'll definitely like to eat this thing." Encanto took out a small bowl from the magic freezer and bent over to move around in the magic freezer for a bit. When he stood up again, the small bowl was already filled with a pink and soft thing. Encanto waved his hand to the girl, signaling for her to come on stage before giving the small bowl to her. "Have a taste. It tastes very good." The girl looked at the unknown thing in the bowl and hesitated a bit. She found that everyone was looking at her, and after thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and used a spoon to put a spoonful of it into her mouth. This thing melted in her mouth, and an ice-cold feeling filled her mouth, as well as an intoxicating sweetness that filled one's heart. The taste was smooth, sweet, and not greasy, adding in the ice-cold taste. After the girl took a single bite, she couldn't help letting out a satisfied moan. After swallowing the first bite, the girl couldn't resist the temptation. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, she ate several large bites. When she finished eating the entire night and felt that her tongue was a bit numb from the ice, she finally put down the bowl and let out a long sigh. She said to Encanto in a surprised voice, "Too delicious. Manager Encanto, can you tell me what it is?" Encanto revealed a faint smile. "It has a very simple name. It's called ice cream." Chapter 195. Perhaps it was because the girl's reaction was too exaggerated, but the ice cream attracted everyone's interest. There were quite a few reporters in the front row who asked to try it. Encanto naturally satisfied their requests one by one. After eating it, although the reporters' reactions weren't as exaggerated as the girls', they still couldn't help loudly praising it. The crowd outside had their appetites piqued by these reporters, but because the ice cream in the magic freezer had already been taken, they could only helplessly watch as the reporters licked their lips. The appearance of the ice cream was only a small interlude, but it gave everyone a deeper understanding of the use of the magic freezer. When Encanto gave a more detailed explanation of the use of the magic freezer, everyone became very interested in the magic freezer. In the end, when Encanto announced that a single magic refrigerator would only cost 18 gold coins, the entire crowd was stirred. Everyone thought that with such a large magic machine, with such outstanding functions, it should be very expensive, but they never thought that it would be cheaper than the smaller magic air conditioner. So when they heard this price, almost everyone secretly decided that they had to buy one for their family. When Encanto finally left the questioning of the reporters and Sue came back to the stage, everyone woke up. Without knowing it, they had forgotten their goal in coming to this product announcement and had focused all their attention on the new flyer's new product. Seeing the silence under the stage, Sue said with a smile, "What? Has everyone still not awakened from the shock brought by our new products?" Everyone broke out in laughter, and the strange atmosphere from before was swept away. When Encanto came back to the back and saw this scene, he couldn't help admiring Sue even more. He had been a bit nervous when he was on stage, and when he was questioned by the reporters in the end, there were several times when he spoke incoherently. But now that it was Sue Yi's turn to face everyone, he was able to handle it with ease. He could easily control the atmosphere of the entire scene. "Chairman Sue, don't think of lying to us. Quickly speak, what big news is there this time?" "I'm very curious," a reporter said loudly. "That's right. Hurry up and say it. We're all waiting." "Chairman Sue, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone is getting anxious." "That's right. Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and say it. Hey, you guys are looking forward to it so much. What if the news I announce later isn't sensational enough and you guys aren't satisfied? Then wouldn't you want to beat me up?" Sue made an exaggerated expression of surprise. The audience burst into laughter again. "How could that be? We trust you." "That's right. Chairman Sue, you made so many big news. We're not worried at all." "Yes, even if you say that you and Miss Steele are getting married, it will still be big news. Go away. Miss Steele is still young. How could she get married so early? She's going to marry Chairman Sue sooner or later. Sue raised his hands. The noise in the audience instantly returned to silence. Everyone once again focused their attention on him and quietly waited for him to speak. Well, in order to live up to everyone's expectations, I'll announce a piece of news that will definitely shock you all. This news is facing the unblinking gaze of the audience. Sue deliberately paused and slightly raised his voice before continuing. New flyer recruited 100 workers 3 days ago. What? Everyone below the stage was stunned. After a while, there was a wave of complaints. No way. Chairman Sue, are you kidding us? How is New Flyer recruiting 100 workers big news? Haven't you been recruiting workers? That's right. Forget about 100. Even if New Flyer recruited 1,000. Oh no, recruiting 1,000 all of a sudden would be good news. It's just 100 workers. What's there to be shocked about? Chairman Sue, you've disappointed us. Let me finish. Sue raised his hand again, and the audience became silent again as they all looked at him. Only this time, other than expectation, there was also quite a bit of doubt in their eyes. If it was just recruiting 100 workers, of course it wouldn't be big news and you wouldn't be surprised. But I want to tell you that these 100 workers are a bit special because they are all elves. Huh? The audience was stunned once again. This time, they were stunned for even longer than before. After a while, the audience was even louder than before. 100 elves? It can't be, right? I must have heard wrong. How could this be possible? I was already shocked enough by Miss Agnes alone. How could there be 100 elves all of a sudden? Chairman Sue, you must be joking. Where did you find 100 elves? Does our Lampari kingdom have that many elves? That's right. I've only seen Miss Agnes as an elf in my life, but you're telling me that you found 100 at once. This is too fake. Wait a minute, listen carefully. Chairman Sue isn't saying that he found 100 elves, but rather that these 100 elves will be workers in the New Flyers factory. Huh? That's right. Elves will be workers in a human's factory? This is too unbelievable. When everyone's discussion became a bit quieter, the vice editor-in-chief of the Karma Times, Ryan, finally had a chance to raise his hand and loudly ask, Chairman Sue, since you said that these 100 elves will be working in your company's factory, does that mean that these 100 elves are currently in Sandton Manor? Hearing this question, everyone looked into the depths of Sandton Manor, and most of them were looking at the two factories in the distance. Thinking that there might be 100 elves not far from them, everyone couldn't help becoming excited. Your guess is correct. They are currently here. Sue nodded and waved his hand behind him. Everyone looked in the direction Sue was looking in and found that in the distance, there were 2 rows of workers wearing the New Flyer uniform walking out of the door. These workers were all tall and slender without a single exception. Their steps were steady, and it seemed like their bodies were very strong. But compared to their figures, what attracted everyone's attention was that on the sides of their heads, there was a pair of long pointed ears. Elves. They really were elves. And it was 100 elves. Everyone couldn't help holding their breaths as they watched the elves quickly walk over and then walk onto the stage one by one. When the elves stood up, Sue loudly said to everyone with a smile, Everyone, let me introduce you. They are elves from a Night Song tribe and have already been hired by our New Flyer, becoming our company's official workers. Here, I want to appeal to everyone. I hope that everyone won't be like when Agnes first came, harassing them and letting them work here normally, living a normal life. I ask everyone to promise me, all right? After the initial shock, everyone slowly recovered. Looking at the 100 elves on the stage, both male and female, Ryan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty before saying to Sue, Chairman Sue, I can guarantee this. After all, there was young Miss Agnes before, so everyone won't be as surprised by the appearance of the elves as before. But can I ask, why did these elves suddenly come to work for your New Flyer? Also, I've always been curious as to why your New Flyer could hire so many dwarves to work for you. Could it be that your New Flyer has a special charm? Sue laughed. Perhaps you're right. Our New Flyer does have a special charm. But I want to say that the most important thing is that whether it is the dwarves or the elves, we humans should maintain a normal heart and treat them as normal humans. The dwarves and elves also need to live a normal life. So, as long as you don't make a fuss over them, you'll find that it's easier to get along with them compared to us humans. Ryan knit his brows. Although Su Yi's words were correct, he didn't directly answer his question. But since Su Yi chose to answer like this, it meant that he didn't plan on giving the real answer. This was not Ryan's first time interacting with Su Yi, so he knew that there was no point in asking, so he gave up on asking. He changed his tone and asked about the elves working in New Flyer. When the product announcement was over, everyone looked at the reporter from the Canberra Sun with envious gazes again, because he had obtained the chance to talk to Su Yi alone. At the product announcement, Su Yi didn't answer many of the questions in detail. But since he had personally agreed to an interview, he had to answer in more detail than at the product announcement. But no matter what, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had recruited 100 elves to work for them at once. This was already an explosive and shocking piece of news. Although Agnes' appearance before had shocked everyone, she was only an elf in the end, and 100 elves were two completely different concepts. New Flyer could recruit 100 elves. So did that mean that they could recruit even more elves like they had recruited the dwarves? The more important question was, why did New Flyer recruit so many other race workers? This fellow Su Yi, just what did he want to do? Chapter 196. I don't want to do anything. Seeing the questioning look on 70's face, Su Yi casually replied, "It's just recruiting 100 more elves. There's nothing strange about that, right? Don't forget, our New Flyer has over 500 dwarven workers. The work permits for these dwarves were personally given to me by your highness last time." 70's expression wasn't as relaxed as Su Yi's as she shook her head. Dwarves and elves are different. Although dwarves don't have a close relationship with humans, it can't be considered bad. Moreover, there are many dwarves living in the human world, so humans are more accepting of dwarves. The elves were the previous masters of the continent. Although it has been several thousand years since the race wars, there are still many humans who are wary of the elves. You're thinking too much, Su Yi said with a frown. There are only a few elves on the signs. I estimate that there aren't even 10,000 of them in the Lampari Kingdom. So what is there to be wary of? Not to mention that the elves have a lower birth rate than us humans. According to what Elder Lucius said, there have only been 2 more elven children born in our tribe in the past 10 years. Do you think this kind of race is worth us humans being wary of? I don't think so, but there are some people who think so. I'm not worried about the elves. Rather, there will be people who will use this as an excuse to attack your New Flyer and bring you trouble. 70 said with a serious look. Su Yi revealed a smile. People who want to attack our company can always find an excuse, so they don't care about the elves. Then again, your highness supports our company this much. You can't just sit by and watch, right? Seeing Su Yi smile, 70 rolled her eyes at Su Yi. Chairman Su, do you know that I've already blocked a lot of trouble for your company? Of course I know. Your highness is the light and savior of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. I'm very clear on this. I wish I could take out my heart and give it to you to express my gratitude. 70's face turned a bit red as she reprimanded Su Yi. Her face became serious again as she asked Su, "All right, pay attention to this problem. I'm here mainly for the orders of armor and weapons." I think so too. Rest assured, your highness, we have already completed more than 8,000 sets of armor. Give us a few more months, and we will be able to complete the 50,000 sets on the order, Su Yi said. Not bad. 70 nodded. However, I'm not here to urge you to complete the order. Instead, I want to make some changes to this order. Modify. Su Yi saw the unnatural expression on 70's face and thought that this modification wouldn't be a small one. As expected, 70 paused as an apologetic look appeared on her face. Although the Army headquarters was very satisfied with the quality of the first batch of armors, there were people who suggested that mass production of armors shouldn't be in the hands of a normal company. Rather, it should be controlled by the royal family and the Army headquarters. So we're not allowed to keep producing armors and are changing the order to production magic machines. 70 hesitated a bit And Sue E immediately asked this. 70 looked at Sue E in surprise. Chairman Sue, your reaction really is fast. It's nothing because I've heard this request countless times. Sue E gave a shrug. No one wants the things they want to be in the hands of others, so they feel most assured if they control the production method. I understand the worries of His Majesty and the Army headquarters. This is very normal. This means, Chairman Sue, you agree? Of course, why wouldn't I agree? Sue E revealed a faint smile. Then again, do I have the right to disagree? All right, Your Highness, you don't need to apologize to me because I'm very clear that the military industry is the foundation of a country. It definitely can't be controlled by a small company like us. Even if you didn't make this request today, I would have already found a chance to ask you about this. 70 nodded. Chairman Sue, you really are a smart person. You don't need me to explain it to you. Since Chairman Sue understands my meaning, I will now formally give you a new request from the Army headquarters. The order of 50,000 sets of armors will remain, but other than that, the Army headquarters will give your new flyer a special order. That is, they hope that your new flyer will help the Army headquarters build a factory that specializes in producing armors and weapons. Sue E wasn't surprised by this request. He rubbed his chin in thought before asking. Your Highness, building a complete military factory is a very troublesome matter. Other than needing machinery, it also needs a large amount of manpower. Not mentioning anything else, can you find enough workers? I can't. 70 honestly shook her head. So these problems will depend on your new flyer to solve. Depend on us? Sue E pointed at himself in surprise. Honorable Highness, aren't you and the Army headquarters thinking too highly of our new flyer? Does it make a difference whether I think highly of him or not? Anyway, other than your new flyer, there isn't any other company that can do this, right? 70 said with a faint smile. Sue E thought about it and could only helplessly admit this fact. All right, what should we do? ####. It should be said that 70's request on behalf of the king and the Army headquarters was what Sue E wanted. With New Flyer's current strength, it wasn't a good thing to go too deep into the military industry because it would easily arouse the vigilance of certain people. Helping the Army headquarters build a military factory like this would make it easier for those people to accept. Through this matter, not only had Sue E and New Flyer established a deeper relationship with the Army headquarters, they had also obtained many benefits. For New Flyer, other than the large income from the 50,000 sets of armor, there was also the income from selling large amounts of production magic machines and providing technical guidance. The more important thing was that through this cooperation, Sue E had asked the royal family for the rights to mine 2 more magic crystal mines. Like this, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had 3 iron mines and 5 magic crystal mines. These mines, especially the magic crystal mines, perhaps weren't worth much right now, but Sue E was certain that with the popularization of magic machines, whether it was iron mines or magic crystal mines, their prices would explode. So Sue E wasn't in a rush to mine these mines. He would leave them for now and wait for the right time to mine them. Other than the benefits that New Flyer received, Sue E had also received some practical benefits. First, because of this cooperation, the king had given Sue E a special award. This meant that Sue E was no longer a normal citizen, but rather a lord of the Lampari kingdom. Although he didn't have any land as a lord and was one of the lowest nobles in the kingdom, this represented a fundamental change in his status. It meant that he had gone from a commoner to a noble. Next, because of this cooperation, the Army headquarters had given Sue E the status of a special consultant in the Army headquarters. Although this status was just an empty one, it meant that Sue E could be considered a member of the Army headquarters, giving him many special benefits. Of course, whether it was the identity of a lord or the identity of a special consultant in the Army headquarters, it didn't have any specific uses right now. To Sue E, the most important identity would always be the New Flyer's chairman. The thing he cared about the most would always be the development of New Flyer. Entering July, because the weather had become hotter, the sales of New Flyer's new generation magic fans and magic air conditioners had exploded. Compared to last month, the magic fans had already sold over 20,000 units in less than half of the month. even surpassing last year's sales. The sales of the Magic air conditioners had also exploded. Last summer, there were less than 1,000 Magic air conditioners sold. In just the first half of July this year, there were over 3,000 units sold. Moreover, this was just the sales in Banda City. If the sales in the surrounding cities were added in, it would be close to 10,000 units. This didn't include the sales of the store Victor's Group, opened in Anvil City. It had to be known, just that small store had sold over 5,000 units since the beginning of the summer. Even if they included the old ones, the profit of a single Magic fan was close to 1 gold coin. The profit of a single Magic air conditioner was a shocking 15 gold coins. Just adding these two together, New Flyer's profit in half a month was close to 200,000 gold coins. Not to mention that the new Magic refrigerator had quickly opened the market in Banda City and the surrounding cities. In just 10 days, they had sold over 30,000 units. The cost of a single Magic refrigerator was only around 4 gold coins, which meant that they could earn 13 to 14 gold coins from a single Magic refrigerator. With more than 30,000 units sold, he had earned a terrifying amount of 400,000 gold coins. Your New Flyer really is developing quite quickly. Banda City's City Lord Count Samo looked at the tax statistic for the first half of the year in his hand and shook his head. He looked at Sue-E in front of him and praised. Last year, in the 6 months since your New Flyer was established, you paid less than 20,000 gold coins in taxes. Just last month alone, you paid close to 40,000 gold coins, which means that you earned at least 200,000 gold coins last month. This month, your Magic fan, Magic air conditioner, and the new Magic refrigerator are all selling well. I think that your company will earn at least 500,000 gold coins this month. Sue-E revealed a smile. He didn't admit it or deny it. Sir Count, this is just a bit of glory this month. Now that the people of Banda City and the surrounding cities have all bought what they want, you'll see next month. I guarantee that the sales of our company's products will be terrible and we might not even earn 100,000 gold coins next month. I'm worried about what to do. You're worried? Then wouldn't the chairman of the other companies jump into the river to commit suicide? Count Samo scolded with a smile. All right, your company earning money is a good thing for our Banda City. Now that everyone in Banda City has stable jobs and money to earn, everyone's lives have clearly improved, so it's very easy for me to be the city lord. Speaking of this is all thanks to you and your New Flyer. Sue-E quickly waved his hand. How could that be? Banda City being able to become like this is all because of Sir Count's wise leadership. It's not related to our New Flyer. Stop flattering me. Count Samo reprimanded. At least the small companies that appeared because of your plan aren't related to me, and the Santon Industrial District you mentioned isn't related to me. How could it not be related? If it wasn't for Sir Count's full support, how could this plan have been passed? How could the Industrial District have been created? Sir Count, you really are too modest. Count Samo smiled and shook his head. He flipped through the table in front of him and took out a document to put in front of Sue-E. I didn't call you here today to praise you, but rather to ask for donations. Chapter 197. Donations. Sue-E was stunned. Sir Count, you're asking for donations from me? What a joke. It's not a joke. You'll know once you take a look. Samo Count pointed at the document in front of Sue-E. Sue-E opened the document and found that it was a plan for Banda City. According to this plan, Samo Count wanted to replan Banda City, connecting the villages outside Banda City to Banda City. It wouldn't be like right now, where Banda City was Banda City and the villages outside Banda City were villages. It would be like two different worlds. In order to achieve this, the first thing to do was to build roads. The reason why the villagers outside Banda City and the residents of Banda City seemed like two different worlds was mainly because of the inconvenience of transportation. According to the statistics in the plan, there were a total of 73 villages outside Banda City, and there were only 34 villages that had roads to Banda City. The remaining 39 villages didn't even have a single road to Banda City, so there were many villagers who had never left their villages in their entire lives. So the first step of the overall plan was to build roads that could pass through, connecting all the villages to Banda City. Like this, Whether it was the villagers in the villages or the residents of Banda City, they could all communicate with each other. According to the investigation of the people I sent out, there are quite a few valuable things in the villages hidden in the mountains and even in the wetlands, but because they can't be transported out, they are all wasted inside. Among them are the magma fruits you mentioned to me last time. Seeing that Sue, he had already flipped through the first few pages of the plan, Samo Count said this. If we can build roads that connect these villages, it should be able to improve the lives of the villagers. Sue, he looked at Samo Count's serious expression and almost felt like he had returned to Earth. Sir Count, this idea isn't bad, but it is very hard to achieve. Sue, he awkwardly pointed at a map in the planning book and said, Look, those 34 roads that were connected by roads are easy to talk about. We can directly turn those roads into roads, making it easier for the villages. But for the remaining villages, based on the map, most of them can be connected by roads, but there are some that don't have roads at all. I didn't say that we would solve them all at once. That isn't realistic. Samo Count waved his hand. My goal is to first solve the problem of roads in these 34 villages and let these 30 villages develop first. As for the other villages, we'll slowly study them after we investigate them. That's more like it. Sue, he nodded. He looked at the map for a bit before saying with a bitter smile, But Sir Count, the closest of these 34 villages is less than 2 kilometers away from Banda City, and the furthest one is over 20 kilometers. If they're all connected by roads, we'll need to build a total of 400 to 500 kilometers of roads. I've already calculated it. We need to build a total of 460 kilometers. Based on the falling rain road, we need a total of around 900,000 gold coins. Samo Count followed. 900,000 gold coins. Sui looked at Samo Count with an awkward look. Sir Count, although our new flyer has earned a bit of money, it's impossible for us to take out 900,000 gold coins at once. Not to mention that you're asking for donations. It's very hard for me to convince myself and the others in the company. It's not like we're asking you to give it for free. What are you worried about? Samo Count glared at Sui. Asking you for help, of course we have to give you benefits. Could it be that I don't understand such a simple principle? Listen well. According to my thoughts, as long as your new flyer is willing to give this money, I can make the decision to exempt your new flyer from paying taxes for a year. In addition, as long as the road is built to a village, your new flyer can obtain the rights to develop that village for 3 years. This means that no matter what your new flyer wants to do in a village, as long as the villagers don't have any objections, I won't care even if you kill or burn. Su Yi's eyes lit up. So you're saying that I can do whatever I want in those villages? You can say that. Samo Count nodded. As for whether or not you can earn money, and how much you can earn, that will depend on your ability. Su Yi's mind immediately became active. If he agreed to Samo Count, then New Flyer would be exempt from paying taxes for a year. Even with New Flyer's current profits, they should be able to earn at least 3 million gold coins a year. If they were exempt from paying taxes, they could save at least 400,000 gold coins. Then they would only be left with 500,000 gold coins to build the road. As for whether or not he could earn 500,000 gold coins from those villages, he wasn't sure yet, but he was confident that he could do it. All right, it's set like this. But Sir Count, it will take quite a bit of time to build these roads, so we can only slowly build them one village at a time. Sui thought about it before drawing a circle around Banta City with his finger. I feel that we should first set a limit of 10 kilometers from Banta City and build a road network in this range. Then we can slowly push it out and finally connect all of Banta City with roads. This idea isn't bad. It's quite practical. All right, we'll follow this idea for now. But let's put the matter of building roads aside first. Let's discuss the contents of the plan first. Samo Count flipped through a few pages and pointed at a map in the plan. This is a part of my plan for the outskirts of Banta City. What do you think? He looked at it and couldn't help knitting his brows. Sir Count, why does this look so familiar? Samo Count laughed. Of course you're familiar. This design is based on the Falling Rain Valley's design. He suddenly understood. Looking carefully, he found that there were many places where this design was similar to the Falling Rain Valley's design. For example, the division of the industrial area and the living area, the construction of the road network, and etc. But after looking at it for a bit, Su-Yi found a problem. Sir Count, you've chosen this place as an industrial area, but there are clearly 2 villages here. Samo Count waved his hand. Just have them move. Then what about the compensation? Compensation? Samo Count looked at Su-Yi in surprise. If you want them to move, they'll move. What compensation? Su-Yi was instantly speechless. Was this signs forceful demolition? Thinking about it, Su-Yi said to Samo Count, Sir Count, just give this project to me. President Cruz and I are very familiar with this kind of thing. Samo Count looked at Su-Yi with surprise. I originally only wanted you to give me some advice. Since you've taken the initiative to take on this project, then of course it's good. All right, I'll give this project to the new flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. I'll wait for your results. Su-Yi nodded in agreement. Su-Yi and Samo Count discussed some general directions and then tactfully declined Samo Count's invitation for dinner. Only then did Su-Yi leave the city lord's mansion. At this time, the sun was about to set. The temperature was lower than when they arrived. A gust of wind blew and brought a trace of coolness. The streets around the city lord's mansion were somewhat restricted, so it was still considered quiet. But once they turned the corner and entered the main road beside the city lord's mansion, they immediately discovered that even though it was close to dinner time, there were still people coming and going on the streets. There were all kinds of people coming and going on the streets. Some seemed like they were just strolling, but most of them looked very busy, like they had many things to do. Countless shops were lined up on both sides of the street. At the corner of the street, there were also peddlers of all sizes, each occupying a small space and shouting with all their might. Seeing this crowded and lively scene, Su-Yi couldn't help feeling emotional. He remembered that when he came to Bana City last year, because this small city was far away, the pace of life in the city was very slow and very quiet. But now the year had passed, this small city had become a bustling scene. According to the stats of the city lord's mansion, the current population of Bana City had more than doubled compared to last year. There were less than 50,000 people last year, but now there were over 100,000 people. Moreover, this was just the main city inside the city walls. If the people outside the city walls were included, perhaps the current population of Bana City would be more than double last year's population. The reason for this situation was because there was a large increase in job opportunities in Bana City, so Bana City didn't have enough manpower to support this demand. Adding the drive of the new flyer and the large demand for manpower, the average wage in Bana City was quite high. So people from the surrounding cities, including Karma City, Saltan City, and even Canberra City and Norton City, all came to Bana City to find work. Now that Bana City was filled with people from various cities, one could hear different accents of signs on the streets. This scene made Su-Yi think of the lively scene of the special economic zones on Earth. Of course, the scale was much smaller. While thinking of this, Su-Yi walked in the direction of his home. Steele had said that she would be cooking dinner with Vivian today, so Su-Yi was very much looking forward to this. When he walked halfway down the street, there were several horse carriages that slowly headed towards Su-Yi. Su-Yi looked over and found that these horse carriages had the symbol of the Serene Chamber of Commerce. His heart skipped a beat as he walked over to these horse carriages. Chapter 198. The one sitting in the first carriage was the Serene Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Rank's assistant Leaf. He had seen Su-Yi at several business union meetings before, so seeing him suddenly appear, he quickly had the carriage stop. Chairman Su, why do you have time to take a walk in the city today? Leaf was in his early 40s and his face was a bit chubby. His smile was a bit like the Falcao Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Morgan, but made people feel closer to him than Chairman Morgan. No, I was just discussing something with the Lord City Lord, so I came out for a walk. Su-Yi replied before looking at the horse carriages behind and saying, It seems like your harvest this time isn't bad. Have you sold all those magic fans? Leaf said with a smile, It's all thanks to Chairman Su's suggestion that we've sold all the magic fans we had in stock. I won't hide it from you. There's a large demand for magic fans in the other parts of the kingdom. He gave a slight nod, thinking that this was an obvious matter. When a new flyer was created last year and the magic fans were sold, it created a boom in Banta City and the surrounding cities. This was enough to prove the impact this new magic machine had on the people of the signs. There was no reason why the people of Banta City and the surrounding cities didn't need it, but the people of the other parts of the Lampari Kingdom didn't need it. But Leaf was right. The reason why the Serene Chamber of Commerce sold their magic fans to other parts of the kingdom was indeed because of Su Yi's suggestion. At the business union meeting, Su Yi had proven a fact to the chairman of the other companies. It was that the other company's magic machine technology was too lacking compared to the new flyer. If they wanted to compete with the new flyer in terms of market share, it was almost impossible. So Su Yi proposed that because the new flyer didn't have enough sales channels, the other companies could rely on their mature sales channels to sell their magic fans to other parts of the kingdom, so they wouldn't need to worry about sales. Although the other chambers of commerce didn't express their stance on Su Yi's proposal at the time, Su Yi later learned that many chambers of commerce had done so. Moreover, according to the information he received, the results were very good. There were even several companies that, after seeing the large demand for magic fans in other parts of the kingdom, they gave up the idea of leaving the magic machine market and began to focus on producing magic fans. There were 2 companies that even ordered 2 more production lines from the new flyer, sending them to 2 cities far away from Banta City to build new magic fan factories. It said that their sales were quite good right now. Thinking of this, Su Yi asked Leaf, "Since it's selling well, are you prepared to propose to Chairman Rank to invest more in producing magic fans?" Leaf looked around before coming in front of Su Yi and saying in a low voice, "Chairman Su, your new flyer really isn't planning on selling your Xinfei brand magic fans outside this year." "Of course." Su Yi nodded affirmatively. "Didn't I already express my stance at the conference last time? New flyer doesn't have the power to sell all their products in the kingdom right now. So at least for this year, our Xinfei brand magic fans will only be sold in Banta City and the surrounding 3 cities. Of course, starting next year, we will try to open new sales channels because the people in Banta City and the surrounding cities have already bought them, so the market is saturated." Leaf looked at Su Yi for a while, and seeing the sincerity on his face, he gave a slight nod. "All right, I understand. Chairman Su, I think that our Serene Chamber of Commerce will have a chance to cooperate with your new flyer." Seeing that Leaf wanted to leave, Su Yi quickly stopped him and asked, "Let me ask you another question. Where's the furthest you've gone this time?" Leaf looked at Su Yi in surprise. "We haven't gone that far. The furthest is Saffron City." "Saffron City?" Su Yi thought for a bit. "Saffron City?" Su Yi thought about it. That should be around 400 kilometers away from Banta City. 400 kilometers is already very far. Reeve shook his head with some emotion. Leaf shook his head with a sigh. "Because we were afraid of damaging the goods, we spent an entire week just on this trip. If it wasn't for the magic fans selling quickly, we wouldn't have been able to come back today." Su Yi's eyes fell onto the wheel of the horse carriage. He saw that the outer layer of iron on the wooden wool was already worn out, so it could be seen that their trip was quite hard. Seeing Su Yi look at the wheel, Vice Chairman Leaf suddenly said in an emotional voice, "Chairman Su, when your new flyer insisted on building a road from Banta City to the falling Rain Valley, I thought that you must have gone crazy. You had too much money and nowhere to spend it. But after going out on this trip, I found out what you said was called. Called? What was it again? To be rich, one has to build roads first." Su Yi said, Right. One has to build roads first. These words are just too correct. If all the roads in our Lampari Kingdom were roads, not only would we not need to worry about damaging our goods, our horse carriages would be able to go even faster. If we kept going on the roads, it would take us less than 3 days to finish the 400 kilometers. Like this, we can save a week, which is enough for me to make another trip." Su Yi said with a faint smile, "Of course. Transportation was a fundamental problem to promote commercial development. So, it was true that the saying build roads first was true. You should pass by Saltan City on your way back, so you should have seen the road that the First and Carriage Company is building between Saltan City and Banta City. Right?" Leaf nodded, and I saw it. I thought that the road was also built by your new flyer, but after asking around in the city, I found that it was built by the First and Carriage Company. Right? Actually, building roads is the most helpful thing for us merchants. When you see Chairman Rank later, help me remind him. If he doesn't make up his mind, he might not have a chance soon. Leaf looked at Sue E in confusion, but he tactfully didn't ask anything as he nodded in response. Sue E moved aside, and Leaf saw that Sue E didn't have anything else to say. So he bid farewell to Sue E before driving the horse carriage away. Watching the horse carriage disappear around the corner, Sue E finally looked away from the horse carriage. After thinking about it, he didn't head home and went in the opposite direction. 10 minutes later, Sue E appeared in the First and Carriage Company's headquarters in the city. As expected, at this time, the First and Carriage Company's chairman Pompey was in his room in the headquarters, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Hearing that Sue E was here, he quickly had someone invite him in. Chairman Sue, you actually graced us with your presence. This really has pleasantly surprised me. Chairman Pompey laughed as he led Sue E to a special chair made of fragrant grass to sit down. He also poured him a cup of green firefly nectar that cost 38 gold coins per liter. Sue E looked around the room before looking at the cup of firefly nectar in his hand. He couldn't help saying with a smile, I've already heard that Chairman Pompey's life is incomparably luxurious, but seeing it today, I've found that whether it is the descriptions of others or my imagination, they're all far from what I imagined. Chairman Pompey laughed before waving his hand. Chairman Sue, it's fine if normal people say this, but you are the chairman of the most profitable company in Urbana City. If you say this, it's simply slapping my face. As long as you're willing, you can live a life 10 times more luxurious than this without any pressure. Sue revealed a faint smile, not planning on discussing luxurious or not. After taking a sip of the refreshing firefly nectar, he asked Chairman Pompey about the First and Carriage Company's road construction. It's very smooth overall. Although there are some small problems in the middle, it isn't much. Mentioning the two of them, or rather the common topic between the two companies, Chairman Pompey's tone was very relaxed. According to Chairman Cruz's estimates, the road will be finished in around 3 months, just before the winter turns cold. What about yours? It's about the same, Sue E replied. The road our companies are building is much wider than the falling rain road, so it's normal for it to take a bit longer. Not to mention that Chairman Cruz has been complaining to me that we don't have enough manpower, so their company can't work at full strength. Chairman Pompey gave a helpless sigh. Not only is he complaining, I'm also complaining. There are many people from other cities coming to Urbana City, so with people coming and going, our First and Carriage Company has to receive twice as many customers as before. I'm also worried about the problem of not having enough people. Receiving more customers means that your business is better. So isn't this something that you should be happy about? Sue E said with a smile. I'm happy, but I'm also worried. Do you think we should suggest to the Lord City Lord to have him ask His Majesty to move some people from the other cities? Sue E shook his head to deny this. Even if it's His Majesty, he can't casually order the citizens of the kingdom to move. Not to mention that there are many people in the territory of the nobles, so His Majesty doesn't have this power. If we want to solve the problem of manpower, the best method is to advertise. As long as everyone in the kingdom knows that Urbana City needs a large amount of people and the wages aren't low, I don't think there's a need to force them, and there will be many people running to Urbana City. Chairman Pompey thought about it and couldn't help nodding. This should be a bit better. Everyone wants to earn more money, and knowing that Urbana City has many opportunities to earn money, there will definitely be many people running here. Then he revealed a bitter look. But with a bitter look, he said, but with more people coming, there will be more customers we need to receive. Where can I find all those people in this short period of time? That's your own problem. Sue E gave a shrug. After pausing, he said, but Chairman Pompey, have you ever thought of changing this problem yourself? Chairman Pompey looked at Sue E and asked in a doubtful voice, how can I change it myself? For example, your horse carriages take 2 days to travel from Banda City to Anvilmar City. But if you could shorten this time to a single day, What do you think would happen? Chapter 199. 2 days to 1 day. Chairman Pompey was surprised before shaking his head. How is that possible? If you want to shorten it to a day and a half, I'll have my subordinates work a bit harder and buy some better horses. Perhaps that would be possible. But to shorten it to a day, unless there's a road connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City. Don't think about it for now. He shook his head. Chairman Pompey shook his head. The road our two families are building is just an experiment His Majesty is doing. Only when these two roads are finished and His Majesty feels that the effects are good, will he start building roads throughout the kingdom. As for building a road connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City, who knows how long that will take? Chairman Pompey nodded in a dejected manner. That's right. If all the places in our Lampari kingdom were connected by roads, our horse carriage business would be much better. This is the second time I've heard someone being this emotional today. He revealed a faint smile. Relax. As long as more and more people experience the benefits of roads, I believe that all the roads in the Lampari kingdom will become flat roads sooner or later. I also believe that, but the problem is how long will it take? I can't wait that long right now. Chairman Pompey gave a sigh before looking at Sue. Chairman Sue, you shouldn't be talking about roads when you talk about improving ourselves, right? Right? I'm talking about something more realistic, which is the horse carriages your horse carriage company uses. He said. Horse carriages? Chairman Pompey thought about it before knitting his brows. What is there to improve with horse carriages? Other than changing to better horses, is there any other way? The problem is that better horses cost more and feed is more expensive. I can't afford it. Although horses can be replaced by other things, it can't be replaced for now. I came looking for you this time to talk about the problem of carriages. President Pompey was even more puzzled. Chairman Pompey was even more confused. How can carriages be improved? Of course. He nodded in a certain manner. I saw the Serene Chamber of Commerce's motorcade on the road, and after looking around, I found that the carriages they used were all made of wood. Right? Of course, the carriages of our horse carriage company, whether it is transporting people or goods, they're all made of wood. Is there a problem with that? Could it be that you don't feel that? A carriage made of wood isn't very good and easily breaks? Sui asked. Of course I'm clear on this. But it can't all be made of iron, right? I once tried to make a carriage out of iron, but the problem was that not only was an iron carriage extremely heavy, even two horses wouldn't be able to pull it, but the cost was also too high. Last time I tried to make a carriage that could hold 4 people, it cost me close to 200 gold coins. How do you think I can afford such a cost? You should know that the wooden carriages we use now only cost less than 20 gold coins to make. He couldn't help smiling. A horse carriage made of iron? Only President Pompey could think of something like this. I didn't say that it's all made of iron. Of course not. What I mean is that for a carriage, the most worn out and easily broken parts aren't the body of the carriage, but the wheels and rollers, right? That's right. That's indeed the case. Chairman Pompey nodded. But I've also tried. If the rollers and wheels were made of iron, they would still be much heavier and would be more easily deformed than wood. Plus, the cost is several times that of wooden wheels, so I gave up in the end. The cost is several times that of wooden wheels. He was a bit puzzled. That's not right. In my opinion, iron should be cheaper. Suitable wood that can be used to make wheels and rollers should be much more expensive than iron, right? Chairman Sue, this is what you don't understand. Although the material of iron is much cheaper than wood, the wages of a blacksmith to make the same wheels and rollers are much more expensive than that of a carpenter. If you calculate it, iron wheels are several times more expensive. Chairman Pompey replied helplessly. He suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, That's it. Chairman Pompey looked at Sue in confusion. What do you mean? Sue laughed. Chairman Pompey, if I told you that I could sell you iron rollers and wheels for a cheaper price than wooden ones, would you be interested? Are you joking? Chairman Pompey curled his lips. How could iron be easier? He suddenly stopped and looked at Sue with wide eyes. Right, isn't this what your new flyer does? I really am stupid. I actually forgot about this. Chairman Sue, can you really provide cheaper iron rollers and wheels? Of course, I can also add in something better called tires. Sue replied with a smile. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. When they left the first and carriage company, it was already close to night. When Sue came home, the curtain of night had already fallen. When he came in, there was a figure that appeared in front of him as Agnes suddenly appeared in front of him. Sir Chairman, you're finally back, Agnes excitedly called out. She grabbed Suyi's hand and pulled him in. Suyi was a bit surprised. Agnes, you seem very happy today. Because tonight's dinner was made by Agnes. Steele's voice came from inside the room. When she saw Agnes pulling Suyi's hand in, Steele's expression changed slightly. She stood up and silently took Suyi's hand from Agnes before saying with a smile, You weren't back in this long. The food is about to get cold. Suyi looked at Vivian on the side in surprise before looking at Steele. Didn't you say that the two of you would be cooking tonight? Why did it change to Agnes? Steele gave a shrug. You have to ask Agnes about this. She saw that Vivian and I were preparing to cook, and without knowing what happened, she suddenly said that she wanted to cook this meal. She wouldn't listen to us no matter what we said. Suyi looked at Agnes with a strange gaze. Agnes, did something happy happen to you today? Agnes shook her head, no. But when I saw Steele and Vivian start cooking, I suddenly thought of something. I've been here for this long, but I've always been eating Vivian's cooking. According to what Sir Chairman told me last time about reciprocity between humans, I should also cook a meal for you as a return gift. Am I right, Sir Chairman? Suyi couldn't help laughing. Although it's not completely correct, it's not wrong either. Very good, Vivian. You're already learning more and more about the rules of us humans. I believe that you'll soon be like Elder Lucia wants you to be and truly integrate into our human lives. Agnes said in a somewhat vexed voice, but every time I go out, there will be many people pointing at me, and there will even be quite a few people coming to watch. There's no other way. Who told them to not be used to your existence yet? Suyi patted Vivian's shoulder with a smile. Relax, humans get used to new things very quickly. I believe that not long after, everyone will be used to the existence of you elves. You see, now that your hunter compatriots are here, when they show up more in the city, everyone will gradually get used to this situation, and they won't crowd around and point at you anymore. Agnes thought for a bit before nodding. I hope it's like this. All right, Sir Chairman, you're finally back, so let's quickly eat. I don't know what your human eating habits are, but Steele and Vivian both said that the food won't taste good if it gets cold, so we should eat before it gets cold. Hearing Agnes say that she didn't understand the human eating habits, Suyi's heart skipped a beat. Last time when they went to the Night Song tribe, Elder Lucia had only treated the three of them to some simple fruits and water. This made Suyi silently criticize the elven eating habits at that time. Now that Agnes had emphasized this point, then what kind of food would her cooking be like? Seeing Agnes open the cover on the table, Suyi took a deep breath and looked over. With just a single look, Suyi almost couldn't help letting out a pitiful cry. The 3 plates and the soup on the table were all black, and he couldn't even see their original appearance. If these things wanted Suyi to recognize them as normal food, it really was forcing him. Seeing Agnes with a bright smile, Suyi asked Steele and Vivian in a daze, Hey, were these dishes made by Agnes alone? You two didn't help on the side? Because Agnes said that letting others help wouldn't show her sincerity, so she chased the 2 of us out. Steele casually replied. After looking at Suyi, she pursed her lips into a smile. Dear Sir Chairman, Agnes said that since she came to our human world, you've helped her the most. She personally made this meal to thank you, so you can't disappoint Agnes' kind intentions. That's right, Sir Chairman. In order to express my gratitude to you, I made this meal all by myself. Do you think it's good? Agnes looked at Suyi with an expectant look. Seeing the happy expression on Agnes' face, and seeing the smile on Steele's face, and the worry on Vivian's little face, Suyi gave a long sigh in his heart. On the surface, he revealed a bright smile and said to Agnes, All right, let me try it. After saying this, he gritted his teeth and revealed a righteous appearance. He swallowed the food Agnes brought to his mouth in large bites. Instantly, Countless strange tastes exploded in his mouth. He felt like he was in a strange environment, and the surrounding air became colorful. But at this time, Agnes' voice sounded in his ears. "Sir Chairman, is it good?" After a while, he slowly spat out two words with difficulty. "It's good." Chapter 200. Chairman, why is your expression so ugly? Encanto looked at Sui with a curious look and asked in a worried voice, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Sui rubbed his stomach. He had gone to the bathroom 17 times last night. It would be strange if he slept well. "It's nothing. I just felt a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing." Sui waved his hand and stopped Encanto from asking more. "Let's talk business. Encanto, the few factories in Falling Rain Valley are about to be completed. Therefore, after a period of time, I will be preparing to move a portion of the factories here to Falling Rain Valley. This includes the household magic machine workshop. You are the supervisor of this workshop. Do you have any opinions?" Encanto thought for a bit before replying. "Chairman, I feel that if you want to move, it's best to wait until the summer is over. Right now, the magic fans, magic air conditioners, and magic freezers are all selling like hotcakes, so we have a lot of orders. If we move now, it will definitely affect production, and I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the orders." I'm also thinking the same thing. So the first batch to move over are the automatic magic rice cookers, magic bread makers, magic lamps, and other production lines that aren't that busy right now. As for what you said, we'll consider it at the end of next month. Sui said, "Will the workers also be moving over?" Encanto asked. "Of course. The production magic machines are secondary. The workers are the most important," Sui said with a nod. "Other than that, the factory in the Falling Rain Valley is much bigger than here, so we need to recruit a group of workers. When you have nothing to do, talk to the workers in the workshop and ask them if they have any relatives or friends who are willing to work for our new flyer. As long as they are qualified, we'll take them all." Encanto revealed a look of joy. "That's great. Chairman, I wanted to mention this to you for a long time. There are many workers in the workshop who have asked me this, saying that they have relatives or friends who have heard that our company gives high wages and good benefits, so they all want to work for us. But you never mentioned that you wanted to hire another worker, so I didn't agree. Now that you've said so, I'll go and tell the workers. They'll be happy." Sui was a bit surprised. There are jobs all over Bandit City, and the wages aren't lower than ours. So why do they still want to work for our company? Encanto chuckled and replied proudly, "Of course our place is better. You see, President, other than the high wages of our new flyer, we also give our workers some benefits when we're free. For example, you gave each of us a bucket of ice cream. After I brought it home, both my wife and children loved it. They finished it on the same day and even asked me if I had more." Sui couldn't help laughing. He was just giving out some ice cream to test the performance of the magic refrigerator, but it was actually considered a good benefit. Apart from these, there's another very important reason, which is that the work in our factory is easy. Encanto pointed at the busy workers in the workshop and said, "Look, the work the workers do is just moving their hands. It doesn't take any effort at all. This kind of simple and easy work, other than our new flyer, where else can you find it?" Sui's expression was a bit strange. For the household magic machine workshop, this kind of mechanical work was considered repetitive by countless people on Earth, making people tired. But now in Signs, it was the simplest and easiest work. But thinking of the situation at the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce construction site last time, Sui understood. Compared to that kind of work that almost killed people, the work in New Flyer was indeed much easier. Sui looked around the workshop, and he couldn't help looking at the elves working hard on the assembly team. These 100 elves were, of course, from the Night Song tribe. The reason why they left the Falling Rain Forest and came to the New Flyer to work as normal workers was because Elder Alicia had seen how sloppy her clansmen were when they were making the outer shell of the magic fan. So she followed Sui's request and gave these clansmen to Sui to have him train them. As for the so-called special training, it was actually very simple. Sui didn't say anything else and directly threw the 100 elves into the household magic machine workshop. Then he had them do the most boring and repetitive assembly work. It had already been half a month since they started working in the new flyer. Even if Sui had seen this scene many times, every time he saw the noble, mysterious, and elegant elves working like normal workers in a factory on Earth, doing simple mechanical work, Sui felt a bit awkward. "How are the elves doing now?" Sui asked. "They've improved quite a bit." Enkato gave a nod of praise. "In the beginning, they were indeed like what you said, President. They were very undisciplined and undisciplined. But since you scolded them last time, they've become much better." Hearing Enkato mention the matter of him scolding the elves last time, Sui couldn't help rubbing his face as he revealed a bitter smile. A week ago, there was a small conflict in the household magic machine workshop. This conflict was between the elven and human workers. Because the elves were sloppy, there were many problems with the finished products they assembled. It caused the human workers who were responsible for inspecting the boxes to have to work even harder. After a long time, the conflict between both sides accumulated and finally exploded. Although the human workers were a bit respectful of the elves in the beginning because of how mysterious they were, after being together for a long time, there was no mystery to them at all. Because of the elves, their workload increased and it affected the efficiency of the workshop, so naturally the human workers were dissatisfied. Finally, after finding a mistake, there was a human worker who couldn't help taunting the elves. The elves had always been very proud, so how could they take the taunts of the human workers? The conflict between both sides instantly escalated. If it wasn't for Sui coming in time, the new flyer factory might have had its first conflict, and it would have been a conflict between two different races. When Sui arrived and learned the whole story, he fiercely scolded both sides that were causing trouble. Sui was the new flyer's chairman, so he had a high position in the minds of the workers. After being scolded by him, the human workers could only accept it and didn't dare resist at all. But these elves had never been scolded so harshly before, let alone by a human. Even though Elder Lucia had strictly ordered them to listen to Sui's arrangements before they left the Night Song tribe, these elves still couldn't take it and refuted Sui. But Sui's simple words made them speechless. Everyone is doing the same job, but the human workers finish it faster and better than you. Why do you have to look down on them? Why do you have to yell in front of me? Is the pride of the elves that you're making a scene here when you're in the wrong? Since that conflict, the 100 elves changed their sloppy work style. They started to be like the human workers, concentrating on their work and strictly following the rules and regulations. And once they started to be serious, the elves' pursuit of perfection and personality was revealed. The work they completed was even more beautiful than the human workers. Although this is a good thing, it isn't good to have these elven workers and us human workers always oppose each other. If it continues like this, it will go against Elder Lucia's intentions. Sui thought for a bit before saying to Enkato, pay more attention in the future and to try to minimize this conflict. For example, find some time to hold a banquet or something. Let the elven workers and human workers interact and understand each other more. Enkato nodded in response. After saying this, Sui finally talked about the business this time. According to the plan, our company will be setting up a new tire factory after a while. This tire factory will be divided into bearing manufacturing, tire steel casting, and tire manufacturing, so it will be divided into 3 to 5 workshops. Tire? Enkato was a bit confused. What is that? You don't need to understand what it is right now. What I need you to do is to pick out a portion of the current workers who are familiar with the magic lathes and magic punch presses. I need these workers to develop and make the first batch of tires. In the future, this tire factory will be built on them. Sui said, all right, when will it be needed? Enkato asked. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll need it at the end of this month. Other than that, there will also be a portion of the elven workers. Pick out some elven workers with good discipline from among them. They are indispensable in the production of the outer shell. Enkato nodded to show he understood. Sui said a few more things before leaving the household magic machine workshop and heading to the magic machine development workshop. Compared to the household magic machine workshop that only worked on the magic machines developed by the company, The Magic Machine Development Workshop had always been the most important research for the new flyer. It was even more important than the Academy of Magic. So it was the place that Sue-Yi placed the most importance on. Naturally, he gave the best treatment to Camby, Bordeaux, and the other dwarves in charge of the research. Not mentioning Camby, because of Bordeaux's talent, he had played an important role in the recent months of research. Sue-Yi had already increased his wage from 15 gold coins to 25 gold coins a month. But Sue-Yi still felt that this wage was still very low. If the other companies knew of Bordeaux's importance to the new flyer, they would be very willing to pay him twice the wage of 25 gold coins. It had to be known, on Earth, a high-level researcher who was this important to a large company would earn at least 1,000,000 gold coins a year. According to the purchasing power of signs, that was equal to 10,000 gold coins. The average monthly wage was close to 1,000 gold coins. Chapter 201. Walking into the Magic Machine Development Workshop, he wasn't surprised to see Bordeaux and the other dwarves gathered together, talking about something around a strange-looking machine. Sue-Yi came over to listen and found that they were currently studying the kinetic energy parameters of the Magic Punch Press. According to Sue-Yi's initial design, the kinetic energy of the Magic Punch Press came from the 4th grade fire spell, the Explosion Array. It used the powerful impact of the Explosion Array to drive the module to complete the punch. In the beginning, there wasn't a problem with this design. But after using it for a while, the dwarves gradually found that the punching force of the Magic Punch Press wasn't enough. Moreover, the Explosion Array took a long time between each explosion and recovery, which seriously limited the efficiency of the punch. As the new flyer received more and more orders, the tasks became heavier and heavier, so the efficiency of the Magic Punch Press became a bit lacking. Although they could rely on making several Magic Punch Presses to solve this problem, they would need more workers to operate the Magic Punch Press, which would indirectly increase the cost. So while the dwarves led by Camby were researching the new Magic Punch Press, they didn't stop improving the old Magic Punch Press. As for the improvements to the Magic Punch Press, Sue-Yi had already given them the blueprint for a new type of mechanical punch press. But because Sue-Yi only knew about the mechanical punch press from Earth, he had to change the structure if he changed it to a magic array. So he had to rely on Camby and the other dwarves to research the structure. Now Bordeaux and the others were studying the kinetic energy parameters of the old Magic Punch Press. They wanted to determine the specifications of the old Magic Punch Press and then design the mechanical energy of the Magic Punch Press based on this. This was work that required precise calculations. The dwarves didn't have this habit before, but after working at the new flyer for a long time and being influenced by Sue-Yi, they developed this habit. Seeing Sue-Yi come in, Bordeaux and the others stopped their discussion and gave some of the parameters and calculations to Sue-Yi to see. Although Sue-Yi had reduced his participation in the development process as much as possible, whether it was the dwarves of the Magic Machine Development Workshop or Evita and the other magicians of the Academy of Magic, he was the best magic mechanical engineer in their hearts. Sue-Yi carefully read the research notes of several dwarves, pointed out several misconceptions, and gave them a little explanation of the design direction. Then he did not say much. The reason why he gradually reduced his participation was to nurture the dwarves and Evita's own research awareness and knowledge accumulation. After Sue-Yi finished his discussion with Bordeaux and the others, Camby, who had been waiting by the side, immediately asked, "Chairman, are you here today because you have a new research mission for us to complete?" Hearing Camby's question, the other dwarves' spirits were shaken as they gazed at Sue-Yi with sparkling eyes. Sue-Yi couldn't help but smile, thinking that these dwarves were all workaholics. "Right, there's a new mission this time, and it's a very difficult mission. Do you want to take it?" Sue-Yi asked with a smile. Camby pursed his lips and replied, "Guild leader, are you asking nonsense? We like difficult missions the most. Speak, what is it?" "All right. There are a total of 2 missions. The first one is relatively simple." So he took out 2 blueprints and opened the first one. Yesterday, I promised the first and carriage company's chairman Pompey that I would design a kind of tire for him to replace the wheels under the horse carriages. Take a look. This is the blueprint. The dwarves came over to take a look. Bordeaux said in a surprised voice, Chairman, this tire structure is this simple. What do you need us to design? We just need to make some changes to the existing production magic machines. So I said the first mission is relatively simple. Sue-E opened the second blueprint. As for the second mission, it's much harder. The dwarves looked down at the blueprint again, and they all knit their brows. The second blueprint had a very strange-looking thing drawn on it. It was in the shape of a rectangle, and there were various belts connected to it, as well as a series of complicated mechanical models that dazzled people. With just a single look, the dwarves were certain that this thing was very troublesome. Chairman, what is this? Bordeaux couldn't help asking. Sue-E laughed. This thing is very powerful. If you can develop it, I dare guarantee that there will be a large change in signs. Kanbai curled his lips in disdain. Chairman, I've heard you say this countless times. Every time you have us develop a new thing, you always say this. Then do you admit that I'm telling the truth? Sue-E said with a smile. Kanbai was stunned. He looked at the other dwarves and found that he couldn't refute Sue-E. The current new flyer, wasn't it changing Banna City and the surrounding cities with new products one after another? In the future, it would affect all signs and change all signs. This was something that could be foreseen. The thing I'm having you study this time is even more powerful than the one I had you study before. It can change the continent even more. Sue-E laughed. Because it has a very powerful name, it's called an engine. Researching an engine was actually a very difficult matter, even on Earth. This was because the engine had high requirements in all aspects. Not only did it need a high foundation in mechanical engineering, it also needed a strong foundation in materials. Not a single one could be missing. But the engine was just a general term. If it was divided into car engines, ship engines, airplane engines, space engines, and etc., in this weak industrial base, and even weaker science and technology and signs, Sue-E naturally couldn't hope to reach the goal in one step and directly develop a space engine. The design he gave to Kanbai and the other dwarves to study couldn't be considered an engine. It could only be considered a crude engine model. The engines on Earth were powered by various petroleum products. But in signs, Sue-E had never seen petroleum before and had never heard of petroleum before, so naturally he couldn't use the same engine design. Of course, without petroleum, that didn't mean he couldn't design an engine. Rather, because he wasn't limited to designing an internal combustion engine powered by petroleum, Sue-E could design an engine more easily. For example, the engines on Earth used petroleum as internal combustion, turning the blades to provide rotational force and transmitting the power through the mechanism. The most important thing to consider in designing an engine was how to use the pressure from the combustion of petroleum, so it was very complicated to design. But in signs, because of the uniqueness of magic, Sue-E's design was much easier. In fact, he even had two completely different options. One of them was to imitate the engine design on Earth, using the explosive force of fire magic to replace the pressure from the combustion of petroleum to move the blades, providing power. To put it simply, it was using the magic of magic stones to replace petroleum and the fire magic array to replace the combustion of petroleum. It should be said that with Sue-E's rich mechanical knowledge, this choice was much easier to design. Sue-E only needed to change the internal combustion engine design to a suitable magic array to solve this problem. As for the other choice, it was like the magic fan, using the power of wind magic to move the blades. The advantage of this design was that Sue-E could directly use the wind magic array to move the axle, simplifying the complicated design of the engine. The disadvantage was that compared to the fire magic array, the wind magic array was a bit weaker in terms of explosive force and impact. For example, the 4th grade bursting flame spell used on the magic punch press. If you used wind magic to achieve the same effect, it would need to be at least a 6th grade wind magic array or above. In short, the design of the fire magic array had a ready-made example, so it provided more power. The wind magic array was simpler and easier to design, but the power it provided was a bit weaker. What Su-Yi gave Cambi and the other dwarves to study was the design for the latter wind magic engine. Signs didn't have the foundation for this research, so to succeed in this research, it was better to start as simple as possible. Moreover, Su-Yi didn't have much confidence in the design of the fire magic engine. After all, he wasn't a specialist in engine research, so he didn't understand the details. This kind of research could bring some dangers, so Su-Yi didn't want these precious dwarves to meet with any accidents. He decided to wait until the wind magic engine had a certain foundation and the dwarves had enough experience before considering the fire magic engine. When he met Chairman Pompey, Su-Yi had said that the horse in the horse carriage could be replaced, which was the engine. In the history of Earth, it was the appearance of the engine that gradually replaced the horse carriage and sealed the horse carriage in history. Now in signs, because of Su-Yi's appearance and the strong discomfort he felt from riding in the horse carriage, the engine would appear ahead of time and the horse carriage would leave the stage of history ahead of time. Su-Yi wanted to research tires and engines. His goal was to get rid of the discomfort of riding in the horse carriage and return to the comfort of riding in a small car on Earth. But to truly solve this problem, there was still a very important problem that needed to be solved. Su-Yi left the magic machine development workshop and drove the horse carriage that he hated, heading to great magician Camilla's magic tower. Chapter 202. Recently, New Flyer had been developing more and more products, so naturally there was more and more demand for magic arrays. Even if the number of researchers in the Academy of Magic had increased, Evita's classmates had the same level of magic as Evita and Akali, so they couldn't satisfy the needs of New Flyer's research. So compared to before, the Carmilla Magic Tower had taken on more research. Correspondingly, Great Magician Camilla's research funds from New Flyer had greatly increased. In this half a year, Su-Yi had already given Carmilla Magic Tower over 3,000 gold coins in research funds. Just based on this, it had already surpassed the Magic Tower's income for an entire year. Great Magician Camilla, who had enough money, finally realized the benefits of having money. He also found a very important problem, which was that when he worked with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to develop magic machines, he spent most of his time studying magic arrays, which was still in the category of magic research. Not only did this not delay his most important magic research, because of Su-Yi's special requirements for magic arrays, Great Magician Camilla gained many new understandings of magic when he was studying magic arrays. It made Great Magician Camilla's level of magic increase that couldn't be ignored. With money and increasing his magic level, Great Magician Camilla no longer resisted participating in New Flyer's research. Rather, he became more and more enthusiastic. Every time he saw Su-Yi, he would take the initiative to ask him, "Hey, Brat, what new research do you have this time?" As long as one was in contact with Su-Yi for a long time, they would unknowingly learn a few new terms from Su-Yi. Great Magician Camilla was not an exception. Su-Yi shook his head. "Not yet. But Your Excellency, Great Magician, I want to ask, has there been any progress on the miniaturization of magic arrays I asked you to research last time? Our company needs this technology very much right now. If we can research it, we can use it on many magic machines." Great Magician Camilla knit his brows. "There's progress, but I'm afraid it won't reach the result you want." Su-Yi was shocked. "There's progress? It's good that there's progress. Come, Your Excellency, Great Magician. Tell me what kind of progress you've made." "Actually, there isn't much progress. I've just tried to miniaturize a few magic arrays, and there are a few that have succeeded. The smallest one is less than 10 centimeters in diameter, and the largest is less than 20 centimeters. But it's less than a centimeter." Great Magician Camilla knit his brows. "Su-Yi, you're a magician yourself, so you might have a better understanding of magic arrays than I do. You should know very well that setting up a magic array has very high requirements. Even if there is a deviation in the array, it can affect the final magic array as a magic array. Not to mention, the smaller the magic array, the more intense the mana fluctuations between the array lines will be when it is activated. Maintaining a magic array is already very difficult. Not to mention, You want a magic array to have the same effect as a large-scale magic array. This is simply impossible. He said with a laugh. If there wasn't any difficulty, how could Your Excellency Great Magician personally make a move? If it wasn't a powerful magician like you, I wouldn't dare let anyone else study it. Great Magician Camilla snappily looked at There's no use flattering me. This research is too difficult, and I don't know how long it would take for me to finish it alone. Didn't you have a cooperation agreement with Great Magician Eisenkel last time? If you need it urgently, why don't you have him join in the research? Not only is he a great magician with the same level of magic as me, he also has more connections than me and knows many powerful magicians. With him joining, I feel that the research will progress much faster. Great Magician Eisenkel. He hesitated a bit, but he didn't say the worries in his heart. Instead, he asked, speaking of him, I suddenly thought of something. When he came last time, didn't he say that the Sorcerer's Guild was discussing the problem of magic patents? Now that it's been this long, there should be a result, right? Great Magician Camilla gave a cold snort. It's a pity that the efficiency of those old men in the guild is much lower than you can imagine. They've already discussed it for several months, and there still hasn't been a result. It really makes people unable to keep watching. But the good news is that in the latest issue of the guild, they have already begun discussing the details of the magic patents. Based on this trend, the guild should have decided to pass this decision in the end. As for when it will be passed, I don't know. It's good that it's passed. Like this, I could be more assured in my research and won't have to worry about other people taking away the hard-earned research results. He said with a satisfied nod. Great Magician Camilla looked at and suddenly asked, Brat, when you say other people, does that include Great Magician Eisenkel? Laughed and didn't deny it. Great Magician Camilla gave a sigh and said with a look of regret, Actually, I've always agreed with the guild's point of view. Magic research should be shared with everyone. If every magician could do this, the magic level of our signs wouldn't have regressed. It would be far worse than it was during the race wars thousands of years ago. He immediately shook his head. Your Excellency, Great Magician, this idea is just wishful thinking on your part. It doesn't have any practical value. The Sorcerer's Guild can use this as a slogan because that is what the organization needs. But it is impossible for every magician to be this selfless. Great Magician Camilla slowly nodded in a somewhat unwilling manner. Actually, I also understand this, but I wasn't willing to admit it before. Now that I've seen the development of your new flyer, I've suddenly found that what you said before was right. People are selfish, and if there are no benefits to themselves, they won't have the motivation to work hard. Look, your new flyer's magic machines can bring benefits to many people. So not only Banna City, even the people of the surrounding cities are working hard to participate in this. I think that not long after, the entire Lampari Kingdom will participate. When that time comes, there will be even more magicians studying magic machines. I believe that the magic array miniaturization technology you need will be easily researched. He shook his head. According to normal reasoning, this is correct. But first, I'm not willing to wait that long. Second, if it isn't developed by our new flyer, it has a completely different meaning to me. So Your Excellency, Great Magician, I ask you to work hard. Great Magician Camilla said with a bitter smile, I'm not a great magus, and even a great magus wouldn't be able to solve the miniaturization problem that easily. He was silent for a bit before taking out a blueprint from his chest. If you can't solve all the problems, then I ask you to solve the miniaturization of this magic array first. Great Magician Camilla looked over the blueprint, and his brows jumped up as he said in a surprised voice, This is an 8th grade wind spell, the hurricane spell. You actually want to use such a powerful spell on a magic machine? What kind of terrifying magic machine are you preparing to make? He shook his head with a smile. It isn't as terrifying as you think. But this new magic machine requires a lot of power. So even with the hurricane spell, I don't think it's enough. But we've just started studying it, so we can't use such a powerful spell right away, right? Your Excellency, Great Magician, can you limit the magic array to a diameter of no more than 5 centimeters? 5 centimeters? Great Magician Camilla looked at the blueprint and thought for a bit before nodding. It should be fine if it was 5 centimeters. But the hurricane spell is a large-scale spell, so if it's limited to such a small magic array, its power will decrease. No matter how much I study it, I can't guarantee its original power. It's enough to use as long as it can maintain half its power. Suit-me nodded. Not to mention that I'm prepared to use the gradient magic input technique to limit the power of this magic array. All right, since it's like this, there's no problem. Great Magician Camilla thought for a bit. Give me a month. Give me a month's time. Since I have the experience from my previous research, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for me to focus on this spell. Only a month? Suki was pleasantly surprised, and he couldn't help saying with a smile, "Your Excellency, Great Magician really is powerful, far surpassing my imagination. My respect for you is as endless as the waters of the Sandy River, and also as—" "All right, stop flattering me." Great Magician Camilla snappily cut off Sue-E. "If you have that much free time, you might as well spend it with Steele. That girl complained to me last night that you were too busy with work and didn't have much time to spend with her." Sue-E was stunned. Steele really said this? Great Magician Camilla glared at him. "Could it be that I'm lying to you? I'm warning you, kid. Our Steele finally fell in love with you. That is your good luck. If you don't cherish it and let her be cheated by other fellows, I won't forgive you." Sue-E scratched his head. "Your Excellency, Great Magician, why does it sound like you're praising Steele? Or are you affirming me?" Great Magician Camilla angrily glared at Sue-E. "Why do you care so much? I'm telling you to spend more time with Steele. Just listen to me." With a paw sound, Sue-E straightened his legs and gave Great Magician Camilla a military salute from Earth. "Reporting to your Excellency, Great Magician, I promise to complete this task." Great Magician Camilla wanted to glare at Sue-E again, but he couldn't help laughing at Sue-E's strange actions. In the end, he waved his hand and signaled for Sue-E to scram. So Sue-E giggled and left Great Magician Camilla's private laboratory, heading to the bottom of the magic tower to find Steele. Chapter 203. Wella sat on the chair blankly, expressionlessly looking at her aunt who was talking eloquently to her. Baron Stanley's son is quite good-looking, and his personality is quite good. I've heard people who know him say that he doesn't like to fool around outside like the other sons of nobles in the city. He has always honestly stayed at home, helping Baron Stanley manage his family's affairs. Listen to me. Although Baron Stanley isn't the biggest noble in Urbana City, the territory under his name isn't smaller than Viscount Leslie. Oh, it's Baron Belil's territory now. It's close to 20 hectares. If you marry him. Well, it couldn't help giving a sigh. This was the reason why she didn't like going home. She was a local of Urbana City, and her parents lived in a small village less than 5 kilometers to the north of Urbana City. Although her personality was very cold, she was a very filial girl. Even when she went to work in Saltan City, she would go home from time to time to be with her parents. But what she found hard to accept was that every time she went home, there would be elders from her relatives urging her to get married, which annoyed her to no end. Before her relationship with Rem changed, these people only urged her to confirm her relationship with Rem. It would be best if they directly got married. But after they learned that she had broken up with Rem, everyone immediately changed their target. They began introducing all kinds of men to her, urging her to get married as soon as possible. Could it be that I can't get married? There were times when Wella couldn't help angrily thinking. To be honest, she was already 25 years old this year. In signs, a 25-year-old girl who wasn't married was already quite late. Wella's classmates from school and the girls of the same age from the same village had all gotten married, and even had children. She was the only one who hadn't gotten married yet. Her personality was rather cold to begin with, but because of Rem's pestering, he finally obtained her initial approval. But then they broke up, so it would be strange if her family wasn't worried about her. Knowing that her aunt had good intentions towards her, and this was definitely her parents' idea. Even if Wella wasn't willing, she could only honestly listen. However, when her aunt heard Wella's sigh, she misunderstood and asked in a surprised voice, "Wella, Could it be that you're not satisfied with Baron Stanley's son? Let me tell you, he is already very good. No matter what, she was still a noble. If you weren't a magician, she probably wouldn't have taken a fancy to you. Now that he's willing to get in touch with you and meet you, why aren't you grabbing this opportunity? What are you waiting for? You're already 25 years old. In another 2 years, you won't be able to get married. You see, your younger brother is going to turn 20 this year. If you don't get married, your younger brother won't be able to get married. Don't tell me you want to delay your younger brother's lifelong happiness? Listening to these cliches that she had heard no less than 100 times, Wella could only continue to remain silent. Baron Stanley's son? An honest, noble child? Humph. Wella didn't believe this nonsense. According to her aunt, Baron Stanley's son was 26 years old, but he wasn't married yet. According to Wella's understanding of these boys who came from noble families, this guy either hadn't played enough and didn't want to get married, or he simply didn't like women. For a 26-year-old man who was still unmarried, it would be strange if there was nothing wrong with him. But thinking about it, Wella suddenly remembered that Sue E. was about to turn 28 this year, but he wasn't married yet. In comparison, he seemed to have a bigger problem than Baron Stanley's son. Thinking of this, Wella's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. If Sue E. and Steele were to know her current thoughts, she didn't know how they would react. The next time I see Sue E., shouldn't I remind him to propose to Steele? Anyway, looking at Steele's appearance, she seems to be dead set on Sue E. Wella didn't realize that the thoughts in her mind were the same as her aunt's. They were both gossipy. After a while, perhaps her uncle finally couldn't stand his wife's nagging and found a reason to call her away, allowing Wella to finally relax. When she was about to get up and go out for a walk, a tall figure suddenly rushed to Wella's side. "Cousin Wella, can I ask you for a favor?" Wella slightly raised her head and looked at her cousin, who was half a head taller than her. She smiled and said, "What is it? Say it." Cousin Sauce turned his head and saw that his parents weren't far away. He pulled Wella out of a room and came to a remote corner as he said in a low voice, "Cousin Wella, I've heard that your Frestac Chamber of Commerce has been recruiting workers recently." Wella was slightly surprised. She thought for a bit and then shook her head and replied, "I'm not too sure. But I heard the president mention before that the company is expanding and should be recruiting a large number of workers." "That's right." Cousin Sauce called out in an excited voice before saying in a mysterious voice, "I've heard others say that if an employee of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce introduces you, you'll be given priority, right?" Wella looked at him and asked in surprise, "What? You want to work for our company?" "That's right. Cousin Wella, you're someone from the New Flyer, and you're also a researcher from the Academy of Magic. Your position should be much higher than normal workers, right? Can you talk to Chairman Sue? If you can you help me talk to him and recruit me to work in your New Flyer factory?" Cousin Sauce asked with a face full of expectation. "Haven't you been living well at home? Why do you suddenly want to work in our company's factory?" Wella asked strangely. Then again, there are so many companies in the city that are recruiting workers. You can go anywhere. Why do you want to work in our company? It is very comfortable to play at home, but there is no money. Cousin Sauce scratched his head and awkwardly said with a smile, "My friends in the village have all gone to work in the large companies, and each month they can earn at least 10 gold coins. Every time they come back with their salary, they will bring back large and small bags of things. I can only look at them, and it really makes people uncomfortable. So after thinking about it, I also want to work. Cousin Wella, can you help me just this once?" Wella looked at Cousin Sauce and found it a bit funny, but also a bit gratified. This cousin of hers was her aunt's sore point. Because he had been spoiled since he was young, he didn't want to work in the fields after he grew up and wasn't willing to do hard work. He just stayed at home all day doing nothing. Her aunt had complained to Wella's parents countless times about this, but she couldn't do a thing to him. Now that he had taken the initiative to work, if her aunt and uncle knew about this, they would definitely be very happy. "I can help you, but have you really decided to work? Have you thought it through?" Wella asked. Cousin Sauce gave a strong nod. I've thought it through. Cousin Wella, I've heard that normal workers in your New Flyer factory can earn several gold coins a month. If I have money, I can buy 2 magic fans for my family or even a magic air conditioner. If I put in my parents' room, they They won't be so hot that they can't sleep at night. Wella's heart skipped a bit. Although Cousin Sauce was a bit naughty, he at least knew how to be filial to his parents. She couldn't help raising her hand to rub Cousin Sauce's head before saying with a nod, "All right, since you have this idea, I'll help you this time." But Cousin Sauce, although the work in our company's factory is easier than other companies, it will still be tiring, so you have to be prepared. Cousin Sauce gave a strong nod. "I know. Anyway, I've decided this time. I will work hard to earn money. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head in the village." After saying this, he said with an excited smile, "If I can work a new flyer, I guarantee that they will envy me to death. I want to see if they dare laugh at me in the future." Wella revealed a faint smile. She was afraid that he didn't want to earn money, but since he had this idea, it was a very good change. Seeing Cousin Sauce leave with a look of joy, Wella couldn't help feeling a bit of respect for Sue-E in her heart. The reason why Cousin Sauce had this kind of change was because he had been stimulated by his fellow villagers who had earned money after working in the village. As for the deeper reason, it was because there were jobs all over Banna City, which allowed Cousin Sauce companions to find work. It had to be known, it wasn't that these people didn't want to work before, but there wasn't that much work in Banna City for them to do. These people could only be like Cousin Sauce, staying at home all day doing nothing. In the end, they would become normal farmers like their parents. But now that Banna City had changed, it had changed the fate of these people, as well as her Cousin Sauce's thoughts and fate. As for why there were such large changes in Banna City, it was clearly because of the new flyer, or rather it was because of Sue-E. If it was said that Wella was only praising Sue-Ye's talent in magic machines before, now she suddenly found that the magic machines Sue-E invented didn't just bring convenience to people's lives, but rather it brought a profound change. It seems like Sue-E wasn't exaggerating. Things like magic machines can bring a large change to this world that no one can imagine. After Wella thought about it, she saw that there was still some time before dinner, so she walked out of the village. She didn't want to continue enduring her aunt's enthusiasm when she returned home, so it was good to take a break before dinner. Walking to the familiar small river outside the village, Wella found that after not coming back for half a month, there was actually a large factory building by the river that she didn't know when. Looking over it, Wella wasn't that surprised. Because of a new flyer small company support plan, there were many small factories that appeared all over Banna City. Just as she was about to go inside to see if the magic machinery was being produced, Wella saw two figures coming out of the building from a distance. Wella was stunned because she instantly recognized the two familiar figures. One of them was actually Rem. Although she didn't immediately recognize the other one, Wella carefully looked him over and recognized that he was Cimarron. Seeing the two of them walking together intimately, Wella's heart filled with a trace of anger. This fellow Rem, why is he with that bastard Cimarron again? Chapter 204. A thought flashed through Wella's mind. She quickly crouched down and hid behind a small tree. The magic in her body moved, and two small wind-gathering spells appeared in her ears. Then she could vaguely hear the conversation between Rem and Cimarron. "Give me a bit more time." The first thing she heard was Rem's familiar voice. "I have already gained their trust. Recently, Evita has also gradually handed over important research work to me. I even have a lot of important materials in my hands. As long as I have a bit more time, I will definitely be able to get new flyers' most important research materials." Hearing the last sentence, Wella was suddenly startled. What did Rem want to do? He wanted to get new flyers' most important research materials. Then what? Hearing his tone, it clearly wasn't a good thing. "The problem is that I have already given you enough time." This time it was Cimarron's voice. "Rem, you have been a new flyer for almost 2 months, right? But in these 2 months, you have done nothing. You haven't taken out anything useful. I can wait, but the one behind me can't. Do you know that big shot has already urged me several times?" I know. Rem's tone was a bit awkward. "But Cimarron, you should also know that the research materials you want are the most important things to New Flyer. Of course they will guard it very strictly. After all, I have only been in the Research Institute for a short time. To be able to gain their trust and have the opportunity to get close to those materials is already very good. If you want to get it, you have to be a bit more patient. Cimarron was silent for a while and suddenly said, Rem, kid, don't tell me that after working in New Flyer for a while, you have already changed your mind and are siding with New Flyer? Don't forget, I still have some of the materials you leaked for New Flyer. You should know very well what kind of consequences you will face if I announce these things. Facing this naked threat, Rem was silent for a long time. After a while, he softly sighed, Don't worry, I have no way out now. If I can't defeat the New Flyer, then everything I've done so far will be meaningless. But Cimarron, are you sure that as long as we get the research materials of the New Flyer, we will be able to develop a better magic machine than the New Flyer? Why not? Cimarron immediately retorted. Don't forget, when we didn't have any experience, we were able to develop the magic fan in the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Now that we have the research materials from a New Flyer as a foundation, we can definitely research even better magic machines. Wella saw from afar that Rem seemed to be shaking his head. I've been in the Research Institute for 2 months, and now I've discovered that the key lies with Su E. Without him, New Flyer would never have been able to develop so many magic machines, nor would it have been possible for every one of them to be of such high quality. So I think that even if we can get those research materials, the most we can do is to replicate the New Flyer's magic machine. Spineless, Cimarron suddenly scolded in a low voice. Rem, could it be that you want to admit defeat at this time? Do you think that it doesn't matter if Su E steals Wella away? Or are you planning on never being able to raise your head in front of Wella? Wella, eavesdropping in the distance, was a bit stunned. Why did the topic suddenly change to her? Moreover, what did he mean by Su E steals Wella away? This was simply strange. Rem was silent for a bit before slowly nodding, as if he was making up his mind. All right, I understand. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce is currently researching a very important technology, so just wait for my good news. When I completely grasp this technology, we'll use it to develop new magic machines ahead of time, and we'll be able to suppress the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Rem gave a cold laugh. Humph! When the time comes, I want to see if that fellow Su, he can still maintain that hateful smile. That's right. Cimarron patted Rem's shoulder. All right, let's leave it at that for today. We shouldn't be together for too long. It's easy to be discovered. Speaking of which, Rem, you picked a place to meet next to Wella's village. You really don't want to give up on her. Aren't you afraid that Wella will see the two of us together and arouse her suspicion? She won't see. Right now, she should be playing with her friends somewhere else, so she can't be home. Rem said. Wella was startled, but then she remembered that yesterday, when she said that she wanted to take tomorrow off, Rem had heard it and asked her the reason. She was worried that Rem would pester her like usual, so she didn't want to tell Rem the truth and casually said that she wanted to go out with her friends. She didn't think that Rem would believe her and secretly ask Cimarron to meet here. Instead, Wella accidentally discovered the secret between the two of them. Cimarron and Rem talked about some unimportant things before leaving first. Rem stared at Wella's village for a while before turning around and leaving. Wella slowly stood up and looked at Rem's departing figure with eyes full of anger. The reason why she broke up with Rem before was because after Rem came back, his personality was completely different from before. Not only did he not have the high-spirited, enthusiastic, and cheerful attitude he had when he was in Carmilla's pagoda, he had instead become a silent, submissive, and without his own opinions. He even had a trace of flattery on his face. Wella hated this kind of personality, which was why she couldn't bear it and decided to break up with Remington. But she never would have thought that Rem had entered the New Flyer for another purpose. Thinking of how Rem pretended to be pitiful in front of her, claiming that he had nowhere to go and begging her to ask Su E to help him enter the New Flyer, Wella only felt waves of disgust in her heart. It was said that people would change, but she never would have thought that Rem would become this kind of person. No, I have to immediately tell this to Su E. After her anger passed, Wella immediately woke up. The most important thing at this time was to inform Su E of this situation. If they didn't take precautions and RIM really stole the new flyer's important research material, it would definitely cause a large loss to the new flyer. If this matter really happened, as the person who introduced RIM to the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, Wella would have made a large mistake. When she was about to go home and inform her parents that she had to leave, there was a rustling sound that came from a bush not far from where Wella was hiding, and a person jumped out. Wella was surprised, looking at the person who suddenly jumped out in surprise. She circulated her magic, and a fireball condensed in her hand. "Young Miss Wella, please stop." That person waved his hand and shouted at Wella. "I am a reporter from the Banta Times. I am not your enemy." A reporter from the Banta Times? Wella was surprised before instantly reacting. Wella immediately reacted. "Did you follow those two people just now?" Thinking of this, Wella's expression couldn't help changing. If this person really was a reporter from the Banta Times and had followed Rim and Cimarron here, that meant that Rim and Cimarron's secret contact had already been noticed by the Banta Times. Thinking of the relationship between the Banta Times and Sue E., Wella's expression became even uglier. Hashtag. Huh. Wella, your expression doesn't need to be that ugly. Sue E. broke out in laughter as he casually pointed at the chair in front of him, signaling for Wella to sit down. "Your guesses are right. I already found that there was a problem with Rim, so asked my friend from the Banta Times to help me pay attention. I never thought that you would accidentally find out about Rim and Cimarron secretly contacting each other. What do you think about this matter?" Wella looked at the relaxed Sue E. and thought that Sue E. had already noticed this and was prepared. It was no wonder that after the reporter from the Banta Times found her, he took the initiative to come out and said that he didn't want her to expose Rim because Sue E. had other plans. "What do I think?" Wella thought about it before saying with a serious look, "Chairman, Rim is stealing the company's secrets. According to the company's rules, I suggest that you fire him immediately." "Fire him?" Sue E. revealed a faint smile. He looked at the reporter from the Banta Times, who had brought Wella over, and that reporter tactfully left the room. Seeing that there was only him and Wella left in the room, Sue E. gave a sigh. "Wella, although I understand your feelings of wanting to protect Rim." "Wait, when did I want to protect Rim?" Wella cut off Sue E. in a surprised voice. Sue E. looked at her and said with a faint smile, "If you didn't want to protect him, why would you only have me fire him?" "Wella, could it be that you think that just firing him is enough for the things he has done?" Wella was stunned. Thinking about it, she found that Sue E. was right. Now she was certain that Rim was working with Cimarron, trying to steal the new flyer's secrets and using this to take down the new flyer. If this was just firing him as a punishment, it was without a doubt too light. Then, "Chairman, what are you planning to do?" "According to the confidentiality agreement we signed, let him compensate?" Wella shook her head. "I'm afraid he can't take out that much money." "He can't take it out?" "The people behind him can definitely take it out," Sue E. said with a faint smile. Wella knit her brows. The people behind Cimarron definitely won't admit to this matter. So how could they pay compensation for him? Sue E. shook his head with a smile. "Wella, you still don't understand. Actually, in this matter, Rim is just a small matter. The important thing is the people behind him and Cimarron. It doesn't matter if they aren't willing to pay for Rim. I have many methods to make them suffer even greater losses. This time, I want those fellows to understand that it's not a problem to obtain benefits from our new flyer. I'm even willing to share many things with everyone. But there is one thing they need to know. They can only take what I give them. If I don't give it, they can't steal or steal it." Wella looked at the smiling Sue E. in a daze, like she was seeing him for the first time. Chapter 205. Half a month after Wella and Sue Yi's conversation, a company called Gellert silently appeared in Banta City. This company's products were different from the traditional companies. It was the same as the new flyer, focusing on magic machines. In the beginning, the people of Banta City and the large companies didn't pay much attention to this Gellert Chamber of Commerce, because after the new flyer became famous, there were many companies like the Gellert Chamber of Commerce that wanted to learn from the new flyer by relying on magic machines. so it wasn't strange at all. Before this, there were many old companies in Banna City that had the same idea. But at the business union conference, Sue E had used facts to shatter the illusions of the companies. After that, there weren't any companies that had any thoughts of competing with a new flyer in the field of magic machines. Although the magic fan sales outside the city filled the hearts of the companies with a trace of hope, causing some companies in Banna City to invest in magic machine research and manpower. There wasn't a single company that was like before, thinking that they could suppress the Frestack Chamber of Commerce in the field of magic machines. However, when this Jeller Chamber of Commerce was established in Banna City, they put up a very arrogant banner in their store. Jeller Magic Machines. It will give you enjoyment that surpasses the Shinfei brand magic machines. When they first saw this banner, everyone in Banna City snorted in disdain, treating it as a joke. The Banta Times even specially published a report to study the authenticity of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's banner. However, everyone knew that with the close relationship between the Banna Times and the new flyer, the more serious the report was, the more it was mocking and ridiculing the Jeller Chamber of Commerce. But when the Jeller Chamber of Commerce began selling their Jeller brand magic machines, everyone was surprised to find that not only did the Jeller Chamber of Commerce have many different kinds of magic machines, their quality wasn't worse than the Shinfei brand magic machines. This really shocked the people of Banna City and the surrounding cities. Before this, even though many companies had tried to create their own brand of magic machines based on New Flyer's magic machines, no matter how they tried to imitate them, the quality and performance of their products were far inferior to Shinfei's magic machines. This was also the main reason why the large trade unions couldn't compete with New Flyer and were forced to sell their magic machines in other parts of the Lampari Kingdom. However, the magic machines produced by the Jeller Merchant Guild not only used the same materials as the new flyer, but the quality of the materials wasn't inferior to the Shinfei brand magic machines either. Even though the quality of the machines wasn't as good as the Shinfei brand magic machines, the difference wasn't too big. If one wasn't picky, they wouldn't be able to make a difference. What was even more shocking was that the Jeller brand magic machines weren't worse than the Shinfei brand magic machines. Even the Magic Fan and the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker were better than the Shinfei brand Magic Fan and the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker. So the Jeller Chamber of Commerce attracted everyone's attention. Everyone felt that the new flyer had truly met a strong opponent this time. But when it came to the appearance of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce, the new flyer didn't have anything special to say. The reporters of Banna City and the surrounding cities all specially interviewed Sue E because of the appearance of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce. But Sue E's response was very indifferent. No matter which reporter it was, Sue E said that he and the new flyer welcomed the appearance of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce. He even hoped that there would be more companies like the Jeller Chamber of Commerce in Banna City and the Lampari Kingdom that were interested in magic machines. Only like this could they promote the popularity of magic machines in the signs. The Jeller Chamber of Commerce didn't respond to Sue Yi's response at all, but in just half a month after the Jeller Chamber of Commerce opened, they suddenly sent an invitation to all the reporters of Banna City and the surrounding cities. They invited the reporters of the large newspapers to the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's product announcement. The invitation said that the Jeller Chamber of Commerce would be announcing a new magic machine at this product announcement, one that even the Frestack Chamber of Commerce hadn't developed yet. The first reaction of the reporters who received this invitation was that the Jeller Chamber of Commerce must be dreaming. Up to this point, among the companies that dabbled in magic machines, there wasn't a single company that dared to say such arrogant words. Their reaction after that was that this was a good piece of news. If the Jeller Chamber of Commerce couldn't release a new magic machine at this product announcement, there was no doubt that they would lose face in front of everyone. Of course, the possibility of this was very small. Since the Jeller Chamber of Commerce dared to send out invitations to so many reporters, it was clear that they were very confident in their new product. Otherwise, why would they take such a risk to hold a product launch that could instantly ruin the future of their company? If the Jeller Chamber of Commerce really took out a new magic machine that even the new flyer hadn't developed, this would be even bigger news. All these large and small companies were interested in magic machines, but there wasn't a single company that could develop a new magic machine. Other than proving that the new flyer was far ahead in the field of magic machines, it also proved that researching magic machines was a very difficult matter. If the Jeller Chamber of Commerce that suddenly appeared could do this, they would definitely leave a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Not to mention that what the reporters cared about the most was that on the back of the invitation, it actually stated that the Jeller Chamber of Commerce would try their best to invite the new flyer's chairman Sue E to come. Although the invitation was very polite, saying that they hoped that Sue E, as a leader in the field of magic machine research, could point out some flaws in the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's new magic machine and give some suggestions. All the reporters were clear that this was clearly a provocation to Sue E and the new flyer. Sue E, we come? Hashtag August 7th. This was a normal day, but for many people of Banna City, this wasn't a normal day, because this was the day of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's product announcement. Cimarrot stood on the stage of the product announcement and looked at the reporters of the large newspapers discussing below, as well as the citizens of Banna City curiously looking at him, feeling very smug. After carefully preparing for this long, there was finally a chance to defeat the new flyer and Sue E in front of him. Although it was impossible to defeat the new flyer just this time, as long as everything went smoothly, with the strength of the people behind him, he would eventually send the new flyer and Sue E into the abyss, never to rise again. When that time comes, I want to see just how pitiful that fellow Sue E will become. Cimarrot's lips curled into a cruel smile. He couldn't help thinking of how poor Sue E would be after the new flyer went bankrupt. In the beginning, Cimarrot hated Sue E because Steele and Sue E were too close. But as time passed, his hatred for Sue E was mostly because of the existence of the new flyer. His efforts with the magic machines had failed many times, causing all his hard work to go to waste. After accumulating for a long time, he had even forgotten that his original intention was to attract Steele's attention, and it had turned into pure hatred for Sue E. After patiently waiting for a while, he found that when the product announcement was about to begin, Sue E still hadn't appeared. Cimarrot couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He wanted to use the new magic machine that he had developed with the technology stolen from the new flyer to attack Sue E in front of everyone, but he never thought that Sue E would actually avoid him. Coward! Coward! Cimarrot cursed fiercely in his heart before raising his spirits and announcing the start of the product announcement. After making a short opening speech and introducing himself as the president of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce, Cimarrot didn't waste any more time. He only mentioned the magic machines that the Jeller Chamber of Commerce had produced before as an introduction. Then he had people bring up the new product that everyone had been waiting for. Seeing the two people holding a box that wasn't even as big as Cimarrot's head, everyone below the stage let out a sigh of disappointment. President Cimarrot, this little thing, could it be the new magic machine you were talking about? It's a bit too small. A reporter couldn't help but say, yeah, it's so small, no matter how novel it is, it can't be that powerful. Another reporter agreed. Seeing the discussion below the stage, Cimarrot smiled and said, you're all wrong. For a magic machine, being small doesn't mean that it doesn't have any meaning. On the contrary, the smaller the magic machine, the more advanced the technology. Think about it. Any magic array is very large, but to put these large magic arrays into a small magic machine and have this magic machine produce all kinds of miraculous effects, this is something that requires a lot of skill and difficulty. So don't think that it won't work just because it's small. In fact, our Jeller Chamber of Commerce's new magic machine even contains new technology that New Flyer's magic machines don't use. This is a completely epic-making product. Hearing Cimarrot's impassioned speech, the people below the stage didn't get excited. Instead, they were even more suspicious. In the end, the Jeller Chamber of Commerce didn't have all kinds of precedents like New Flyer to make everyone believe in them. If this speech was given by Sue E., then everyone below the stage would be eagerly waiting for the appearance of a truly epic-making magic machine. But for this unknown Cimarrot, they could only wait and see. Seeing that the people below the stage didn't react enthusiastically, Cimarron couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Could it be that these people don't believe in me? Cimarron lightly snorted in his heart and decided not to bicker with these people. He turned around and prepared to open the box and take out the new magic machine that he had carefully prepared for a long time to surprise everyone below the stage. But this time, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the city hall. Chairman Sue is here. Look, it's Chairman Sue. Following the waves of cries, a familiar figure that Cimarron had seen countless times slowly walked into the city hall. Of course, it was Sue. Chapter 206. Cimarron stared at the smiling Sue as he walked in, and his heart was filled with hatred. This fellow didn't come early or late. He just had to come when he was about to unveil the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's new magic machine. It was like he had calculated the time. It was hard for him to catch everyone's attention and draw everyone's attention to this new product. But now that Sue had attracted everyone's attention when he came in, all of Cimarron's efforts had been wasted. Thinking of this, Cimarron took a deep breath and suppressed the hatred in his heart. He put on a sincere smile and raised his voice as he said to Sue, Chairman Sue, I thought you didn't dare to come. Didn't dare? Hearing this word, the people under the stage couldn't help looking at Cimarron on stage with strange expressions. Wasn't this chairman of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce too arrogant? He actually said that Sue, he didn't dare. Why wouldn't he dare? Sue, he was also a bit surprised. Walking through the path everyone made, he walked down the stage and looked at Cimarron in surprise. Cimarron, long time no see. I never thought that you would become the chairman of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce. This really is a surprise. The surrounding people were even more surprised. The vice editor-in-chief of the Karma Times, Ryan, couldn't help asking Sue, Chairman Sue, did you know Chairman Cimarron before? Sue nodded with a faint smile. Yes, he and I worked at Dharma Camilla's Mage Tower before, and we even worked in the same lab. Speaking of this, Cimarron's name was a bit similar to Great Magician Camilla's. When they were in the lab, many colleagues had teased Cimarron because of this. Hearing Suyi's response, everyone was stunned. Although everyone already knew that before Sue found a new flyer, he had worked under Great Magician Camilla for a while, they never thought that Cimarron and Sue would work in the same lab. But based on how the Jeller Chamber of Commerce targeted New Flyer and Cimarron's attitude towards Sue, it could be seen that the relationship between the two of them was definitely not a friendly relationship. Cimarron gave a slight nod and said with a soft snort, Chairman Sue, there are many things that surprise you. When you see our company's new product, don't be so shocked that your chin will fall off. The people under the stage couldn't help knitting their brows. Not mentioning the other aspects of Cimarron, he was just too narrow-minded. After Sue appeared, he looked for him to talk about old times, but there was a hidden edge in each of his words, which really made people feel uncomfortable. Of course. Let me guess, what is the new product you're going to release in a while? Cimarron says guess before with a new product with a new product with a new to with a new product to with a new to B2B. The new product you'll be releasing should be the magic kettle. Am I right? Everyone was stunned. It didn't matter if Sue made a random guess. No one would take it seriously. But he actually accurately guessed the name. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Everyone turned to look at Cimarron and found that he also had a look of shock and disbelief. This made everyone even more shocked. From Cimarron's reaction, could it be that Suyi's guess was right? Wasn't this a bit ridiculous? Everyone couldn't help looking at Sue again and found that his smile was filled with confidence. It was like he wasn't guessing at all and was telling the truth. Seeing this scene, the people with slightly better minds began to make guesses in their hearts. From the reactions of both sides, it seemed like Sue already knew about the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's new product, which is why he could calmly appear at this product announcement. But how did he know? Cimarron also wanted to ask this question, but at this time, he couldn't ask in front of everyone. However, even if he didn't ask, the people under the stage saw that he didn't answer for a while, and someone couldn't help asking. Ryan loudly asked, Chairman Cimarron, please tell me, your Jeller Chamber of Commerce's new product, is it really the magic kettle that Chairman Sue guessed just now? Everyone's eyes fell onto Simmerat. Simmerat looked at Sue in a daze for a while before revealing a forced smile and taking a deep breath. He was very clear in his heart that he had carefully prepared for this product announcement for half a month. He had done all this preparation and had successfully attracted the attention of everyone in Banna City and the surrounding cities, all for the sake of shocking everyone with a single brilliant feat at this product announcement. However, when Sue said the name Magic Kettle, the surprise and shock of this product announcement had completely disappeared. Thinking of this, Simmerat's hatred for Sue increased by a bit. This fellow, why was it that every time he worked so hard for something, it was always easily destroyed by him? However, now wasn't a good time to hate Sue. Seeing the gazes of everyone under the stage, Simmerat could only force himself to reveal a smile as he said with a nod, "Chairman Sue really cares about our company, actually knowing what new product our company is releasing ahead of time. It seems like I have to ask who was so careless that they leaked this information." Everyone looked at Sue again. Although Simmerat admitted to Sue Yi's guess, the meaning in his words was clearly accusing Sue of stealing the Gellert Chamber of Commerce's secrets. Sue Yi's expression didn't change at all, but he didn't refute it. He just pointed at the unopened box and said, "Chairman Simmerat, let's take a look at the main character of this product announcement first." Sue didn't refute it, so Simmerat naturally didn't keep pestering him. He took a deep look at Sue before turning to open the box. He took out a silver-colored kettle that was similar to the kettles many families used. Seeing the appearance of this thing, everyone didn't need Simmerat to introduce it, and they all knew that Sue Yi's guess was right. This new magic machine that Simmerat claimed to be epic-making, it really was the magic kettle. As expected, Simmerat raised this thing and loudly introduced the functions of this thing to everyone. Although he spoke very passionately because Sue had revealed the name of this thing ahead of time, and adding in the fact that this magic kettle didn't need firewood to boil water, it didn't have any epic-making significance. So the people under the stage found it very boring and couldn't resonate with Simmerat at all. Simmerat could clearly see the reactions of the people under the stage, but he couldn't do a single thing. If it wasn't for Sue Yi's appearance, he might have been able to rely on his eloquence and the innovation of the magic kettle to win the cheers of most people, gaining great fame for the Gellert Chamber of Commerce. But after Sue appeared and said a few words, the effect of this product announcement had been reduced to its lowest point. Seeing that everyone wasn't interested in his introduction of the magic kettle, Simmerat could only end the long introduction he had prepared. His eyes turned, and he suddenly asked Sue under the stage, "Chairman Sue, what do you think about this magic kettle? Could it be that you don't think it's a pity?" "Pity what?" Sue asked back with a faint smile. No one noticed that there was a trace of teasing in his smile, like he was looking at a monkey baring its fangs in front of him. Simmerat didn't notice the deeper meaning hidden in Sue Yi's smile, and said with a trace of pride, "This magic kettle isn't complicated to make, but your new flyer never thought of it, and our Gellert Chamber of Commerce developed it first. As the chairman of New Flyer, who is recognized as the most proficient in magic machines, don't you think it's a pity?" Sue gave a shrug and said with a sigh, "I really do feel it's a pity. But it's a pity that our new flyer didn't develop the magic kettle ahead of time. Rather, it's a pity for you, Simmerat." Simmerat and everyone under the stage were stunned. "A pity for me?" Simmerat looked at Sue in confusion. "What is there to pity about me? It's a pity that you have the powerful magic talent that even great magician Camilla praised, but you don't focus on studying magic. It's a pity that you clearly have good ideas about magic machines and have decent talent in studying magic machines, but you don't seriously study how to make magic machines. It's a pity that other than your personality being a bit extreme, you are still a good person, but now you've become a thief and a shameless liar." Sue Yi's slow and clear words spread through the hall, instantly stunning everyone. If the first part was Sue feeling pity for Simmerat's talent, the last part was clearly a serious accusation against Simmerat. Simmerat was stunned before angrily saying to Sue, "Chairman Sue, Based on what are you calling me, a thief and a liar? If you don't have any evidence, I must express my strong dissatisfaction and report you to the Banta City Court for slandering me. Proof? Su-yi revealed a faint smile. Cimarrot revealed a faint smile. You really want me to take it out here? Cimarrot was a bit surprised. Seeing the smile on Su-yi's face, he suddenly found that he had fallen into Su-yi's trap. However, he didn't have any path of retreat at this time, so he could only stiffen his neck and say, "That's right. If you can't take out any evidence, I will definitely report you for slandering me and ask the court to give me fairness." Fairness? Cimarrot gave a cold snort. You're not worthy of saying this at all. If you want fairness, then where will the researchers of our Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, who worked hard on the Magic Kettle, ask for fairness? They had spent a lot of time and effort to research this thing, but it had been stolen by a shameless thief. And now, in front of so many people, he was shamelessly declaring that this was something he had researched himself. Do you think this is fair? Chapter 207. Hearing Su-yi's harsh words, everyone in the hall was completely shocked. They thought that Cimarrot and Su-yi had some old grudges that caused Cimarrot to go against Su-yi, and Su-yi wasn't polite to Cimarrot at all. However, hearing what Su-yi said, this Cimarrot actually stole the technology developed by New Flyer. He was a thief and a liar. Everyone looked at Su-yi in a daze before turning to Cimarrot. The vice editor-in-chief Rhine of the Karma Times reacted the fastest, immediately asking Cimarrot in a loud voice, "Chairman Cimarrot, is what Chairman Su said true?" The others also reacted at this time and began asking Cimarrot in loud voices, "Chairman Cimarrot, this magic kettle technology, did you really steal it from New Flyer?" "Chairman Cimarrot, if this is true, then the magic machines your Jeller Chamber of Commerce made before, it was because you stole the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's technology that your Jeller Chamber of Commerce could match the Frestack brand in terms of quality and performance?" Chairman Cimarrot. In everyone's hearts, they naturally believed Su-yi's words. This was because the New Flyer's achievements, since it was established, could be seen by everyone. It could be said that if there wasn't New Flyer, there wouldn't be magic machines at all. After a year, in everyone's minds, the Frestack Chamber of Commerce was already equal to magic machines. This made everyone choose to believe in the Frestack Chamber of Commerce and Su-yi when it came to matters related to magic machines. So after Su-yi accused Cimarrot and the Jeller Chamber of Commerce of stealing the technology from New Flyer, almost everyone tacitly agreed and began questioning Cimarrot. Cimarrot looked at Su-yi with a pale face. Of course, he was very clear that Su-yi wasn't wrong at all. The questioning of the people under the stage wasn't wrong at all. The Jeller Chamber of Commerce's magic fans and automatic magic rice cookers had the same quality and performance as Sheen Phase magic machines because of the information Rem stole from the Academy of Magic. When the Jeller Chamber of Commerce made these magic machines, they obtained a lot of detailed data. So the magic machines they made weren't that different from Sheen Phase magic machines. The magic kettle that he carefully prepared this time was of course based on the materials that Rem stole from the Magic Research Facility, as well as some of his own research to be able to make it. It could be said that if Rem didn't steal all the research from the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, the Jeller Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be able to make a magic machine. However, faced with Su-yi's accusation and the questioning of everyone under the stage, how could Cimarrot easily admit it? His face was ugly as he swept his gaze over the crowd below the stage. He raised his voice and said loudly, "This is slander. This is a shameful slander." Chairman Su, I thought that since you were my old colleague and the chairman of the New Flyer, you would have your own unique understanding of magic machines. So I invited you to our company's product announcement. I never thought that you would slander me like this in front of all these people. You really have disappointed me. You say that I'm a thief and a liar, but where's your proof? You've been talking for a while, and I haven't seen any proof. Do you think anyone will believe you like this? I've already asked you. Are you certain you want to take out the proof now? Su-yi said with a faint smile. Of course. Since you've already slandered me like this in front of everyone, could it be that you don't dare take out proof? Simmerat said in a sharp voice. Come, if you have proof that I stole the technology from your new flyer, then I swear that our Gellert's Chamber of Commerce will be closed and I, Simmerat, will leave the magic machine industry, never appearing in front of you. Sui looked at Simmerat with a bit of a smile. Close the Gellert's Chamber of Commerce? Leave the magic machine industry? Simmerat, you really are good to yourself. All right, let's not talk about this first. You want proof, right? All right, I'll give you proof. Come, please hold the magic kettle in your hand. Don't break it. Let me tell you, actually, there are many things you don't know about this magic kettle. For example, this magic kettle can only hold 1 liter, which means it can only hold 1 kilogram of water. Don't be in a rush to refute this. I know that you want to say that the magic kettle in your hand can hold over 1 kilogram of water, but you definitely don't know what the net at the top of the magic kettle is used for. Let me tell you, if you pour water into the magic kettle and wait until the water level is at the same level as the net, there will be exactly 1 kilogram of water inside. Other than this, this net can also prevent the boiling water from spilling out of the magic kettle. It can also filter some impurities and clean the water source. Other than the net, I think that everyone should have noticed it. On the magic kettle in Chairman Simmerat's hand, the spout is as long as a traditional kettle. However, in our new flyer's original design, this spout was only a small opening at the top of the magic kettle, and we didn't have this long spout that affected the overall appearance. I think that everyone knows that our new flyer places great importance on the appearance of our products. Our motto is to not only give you something useful, but also something nice to look at. Other than that, let's talk about the design of the lid. Everyone can see that the lid is actually semicircular. So why is it designed like this? Actually, it's because, as Sui pointed out the characteristics of the magic kettle in Simmerat's hand bit by bit and analyzed it one by one, Simmerat's expression became more and more ugly. The surrounding people's expressions gradually changed from doubt to certainty. Sui's analysis of the magic kettle was very accurate and logical. Adding in the fact that he casually mentioned a series of technical parameters, it made everyone believe that his understanding of the magic kettle was very deep, far surpassing Simmerat's introduction of the magic kettle. Hearing Sui's analysis, everyone gradually believed that this magic kettle was developed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The Gellert Chamber of Commerce and Simmerat Chamber of Commerce had stolen the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's technology to make it first. After talking for a full 10 minutes, Sui finally stopped. After pausing, he looked at Simmerat on stage with a faint smile and said, Chairman Simmerat, do you think the evidence I've given is enough? Simmerat rolled his eyes, but he still said with a stiff neck, how can this be considered evidence? You just mentioned a few characteristics of the magic kettle. How could you prove that I stole the technology from your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? If it was up to me, your new flyer must have bribed our company's researchers and learned the technical parameters of the magic kettle from them. Now you're making a false accusation that we stole the technology for New Flyer. Chairman Sui, I really couldn't tell before that you were such a despicable person. Hearing Simmerat's words, although no one under the stage believed him, they couldn't help looking at Sui, wanting to see how he would refute this. What? You're not willing to admit it? Sui smiled and shook his head. He pointed at the magic kettle in Simmerat's hand and said, All right, I'll give you one last piece of evidence to make you give up. Simmerat, you're a magician, so you shouldn't need a magic crystal to activate the magic array at the bottom of the magic kettle, right? Simmerat nodded in a daze. All right, then please raise the magic kettle and put it in front of everyone before using your magic to activate the magic array. Sui said, You're not adding water? Simmerat couldn't help asking. No need. Simmerat knit his brows. His heart was confused, but he still followed Sui's instructions and poured his magic into the magic kettle. The magic array at the bottom of the magic kettle was activated, and after a while, the bottom of the magic kettle became boiling hot from the high temperature of the magic array. After waiting for around 2 minutes, the magic kettle still didn't change at all. Simmerat couldn't help saying in an impatient voice, Chairman Sui, where's the evidence you mentioned? Sue said with a faint smile. Be a bit more patient. It'll be done in around 3 minutes. Everyone could only look at the magic kettle again and patiently wait. After 3 minutes, there was a faint burnt smell coming from the bottom of the magic kettle because of the high temperature. When everyone couldn't help asking Sue again, they suddenly heard a pah sound from the magic kettle. Then everyone found that the red light from the small window at the bottom of the magic kettle had disappeared, which meant that the magic array at the bottom had stopped working. Cimarron used his magic several times, but he felt that the magic array at the bottom of the magic kettle didn't react at all. He coldly looked at Sue and said, Chairman Sue, you want to tell me that our Jeller Chamber of Commerce's magic kettle has a flaw? No, it's the opposite. The magic array at the bottom of the magic kettle stopping in this situation is actually a kind of protective measure. Sue replied, because the base of the magic kettle is where the fire magic array is. If there isn't any water in the kettle and the magic array is empty like this, after a while, the magic kettle will be damaged from the high temperature. With this design, if the magic kettle is accidentally activated without any water, it can prevent it from being damaged from being overheated. Everyone understood and couldn't help praising this design. It was indeed very considerate. Ryan couldn't help saying, this design reminds me of the Magic Machine's new flyer released before. On those Magic Machines, there were also designs that people couldn't think of, but they were very useful and considerate. Although this wasn't explicitly said, it was clearly confirming Sue Yi's accusation against Cimarron. Cimarron's expression couldn't help becoming even uglier as he said to Sue Chairman Sue, this is indeed a very considerate design for our magic kettle. Since you bribed our company's researchers, it isn't strange for you to know this. But this thing, how can it be used as evidence to prove your words? You're still not willing to give up? Sue revealed a faint smile. All right, turn the magic kettle over and point the base at everyone. Let everyone take a look. Cimarron strangely turned the magic kettle over and pointed the base at everyone under the stage, as he also looked over. On the base of the magic kettle, although the magic array had stopped working, there were still red lines left. When they came together, they formed a pattern that everyone was very familiar with. Half a wing, it meant Xin Fei. Chapter 208. The matter of the Jeller Chamber of Commerce's product announcement was reported by the various newspapers and quickly spread through Banna City and the surrounding cities. In just a single night, the Jeller Chamber of Commerce became a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. The various magic machines that the Jeller Chamber of Commerce made instantly lost their sales and even became something that everyone avoided like a plague. Of course, sales weren't important to the Jeller Chamber of Commerce, because after the product announcement, the Jeller Chamber of Commerce announced their closure and Chairman Cimarron had disappeared without a trace. To everyone, this Cimarron and the Jeller Chamber of Commerce he opened were shameful thieves and swindlers. There was no chance of them making a comeback. Moreover, when they connected the Jeller Chamber of Commerce and Cimarron's actions in the past month, everyone felt like they were watching a clown's performance. It was very funny. Thinking of how the Jeller Chamber of Commerce dared to say that they could surpass New Flyer, everyone couldn't help giving a snort of disdain. After this matter, the New Flyer's position in people's hearts was stabilized and raised again. Now everyone thought that perhaps the New Flyer wasn't strong enough. It wasn't the biggest company in Banna City, and it wasn't one of the strongest companies in the Lampari Kingdom. But in terms of magic machines, there wasn't a single company that could compare to it. There wasn't a single person or company that could compete with the New Flyer in this field. As for the Xin Fei brand magic machines, people placed even more importance on them. After this matter, the sales of the various magic machines of the New Flyer increased. It was clearly the end of August and summer was about to end, but the sales of the Xin Fei brand magic fans, magic air conditioners, and magic freezers that were mainly used in summer had a strong rebound, reaching a small peak again. When the final statistics were done at the end of the month, Sue was surprised to find that New Flyer sales of household magic machines didn't decrease compared to July. Rather, it increased. This really was an unexpected, pleasant surprise. Sue's initial response to this matter was only to find out who was the mastermind behind Cimarrot's actions. Then, through this arrangement, he would cause the other party to suffer losses. This would also serve as a warning to the other party. He had never considered the benefits that New Flyer would receive from this matter. Now, not only had the original plan succeeded, Cimarrot had been severely punished, and the people behind him had also suffered great losses because of their investment in the Gellert Merchant Guild. Moreover, New Flyer had actually profited because of this. It was like throwing a stone that accidentally hit two birds. As a result, Sui was in a good mood during this period of time. But when he saw the expressionless Wella, his good mood could no longer be maintained. Sui looked straight into Wella's eyes, not avoiding her gaze at all. After looking at each other for a long time, he finally sighed, slowly but firmly shook his head. No, Weena, I can't promise you that. Rem made a huge mistake this time. If I let him go because of you, how can I face the other researchers in the Research Institute? How can we face all the employees of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Or to be more direct, I don't want to let him go. Towards Suyi's reply, Wella seemed a bit surprised. After raising her eyebrows, her expression returned to normal. Why? I heard from Evita that you were in cahoots with her this time, weren't you? If it wasn't like this, Rem wouldn't have been able to take away so much research data from the Research Institute so easily. To be honest, it was because you allowed him to make such a big mistake. No, you're wrong. Sue, he shook his head. Although Evita and I did put on a show for him, Wella, if Rem didn't have such intentions, then what's the point of us putting on a show? Moreover, according to Cimarrot's explanation, Rem wanted to enter New Flyer from the beginning, so he already had bad intentions. If I didn't unintentionally notice his problem, then our company would have suffered great losses because of this. Wella was silent, and the room immediately fell into silence. Sui looked at Wella's complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh. Wella, you've already broken up with Rem, so why are you still thinking about him? You've never been willing to beg anyone before, but now you've begged me twice because of him. Could it be that at this time, you still think he's worth it? Wella finally couldn't maintain her calm expression. A trace of sadness floated on her face as she softly said, He was once the closest person to me. It's very hard for me to completely abandon him. Sui bitterly smiled in his heart. He thought that the more Wella looked cold on the outside, the more passionate she was on the inside. It was clearly Wella who felt that Rem's personality wasn't suitable for her and chose to break up with Rem. But now she still lowered her arrogant head in front of Sui because of Remington. Although Sui admired Wella's spirit, it didn't mean he agreed. Sorry, Wella. I still can't promise you this matter. Rem did something wrong, and he has to be punished for it. He's already an adult, and can't be like a child who has the opportunity to casually make mistakes. Sui sternly said. Wella once again looked at Sui. Sui still didn't look away and looked straight at her. Seeing Suyi's resolute expression, Wella knew that she couldn't change his mind. She could only lower her eyelids and lightly nod her head. All right, I understand. Seeing that Wella was about to leave the room, Sui thought for a bit and inwardly sighed. He opened his mouth to call out to Wella. Wella, I can't promise you anything else, but I can promise you one thing. I'll preserve Rem's most basic reputation. Wella's originally calm eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of a smile finally appeared on her face. Then she solemnly bowed to Sui. President, thank you. This was the first time Wella had used such a respectful tone to address Sui. Sui waved his hand, and Wella turned to leave. Seeing the door close again, Sui couldn't help but sigh again. Because the commerce in signs wasn't as developed as on Earth, there wasn't a complete set of laws related to commerce in any of the signs. Like this, even if Sui exposed Rem and Cimarrot's shameful actions and provided enough evidence, but because there wasn't any law to support it, he couldn't give them a reasonable punishment. Although according to the rules of the Lampari Kingdom or the entire signs, if they stole the secrets of other companies, they would definitely suffer the retaliation of the company that stole the secrets. However, Sui didn't plan to do this because he felt that it was meaningless to specifically target Rem and Cimarrot. From Sui's point of view, Punishing these two was a small matter. Therefore, establishing the relevant laws and regulations was a big matter. Therefore, after a secret discussion with the Count directly captured Rem and Cimarat and sent them to the kingdom's Commerce Department in Anvilmar City. According to the regulations of the Commerce Department, these two would be prohibited from working in any company for 10 years. They also weren't allowed to do any business that exceeded a certain amount. At the same time, because of their status as magicians, they were also punished by the Sorcerers' Guild. Not only did the Sorcerers' Guild strip them of their status as magicians, they were also prohibited from participating in the Sorcerers' Guild's certification exam for 20 years. Simply put, from now on, they wouldn't be considered as official magicians recognized by the Sorcerers' Guild. Although the punishment from the Commerce Department and the Sorcerers' Guild was a huge blow to the two of them, it was equivalent to stripping them of their original status. Moreover, it would greatly affect their lives in the future. However, Sui wasn't satisfied with this result. This was because, according to the laws of Earth, these two's actions were already considered business espionage. Moreover, the degree of their actions was enough to reach the standard of a criminal sentence, and they would be arrested and sent to jail. However, the Lampari Kingdom didn't have such a law, so Sui could only add on to the punishment according to the confidentiality agreement he signed with Remington. This additional punishment was very severe. According to the agreement, Rem had to pay a large amount of compensation for selling out the secrets of a new flyer and was also prohibited from working in any industry related to magic machines for the rest of his life. The latter didn't affect Rem much for the time being, but the large amount of compensation was something Rem couldn't afford. This amount was as high as 50,000 gold coins. With Rem's salary of at most 30 gold coins a month, he wouldn't be able to pay it back even if he worked for the rest of his life. Regarding this point, the kingdom's laws had another related rule. If the debt signed by the debtor was too high and exceeded the debtor's income by 100 times in the previous year, it would prove that the debtor was unable to repay the debt. Regarding this point, the kingdom's laws stated that if the debtor couldn't prove that he had the ability to repay the debt within a year, then after a year, all of the debtor's assets would be handed over. If the debtor was still unable to repay the debt after handing over all of his assets, then according to the kingdom's laws, the debtor could only repay the debt with his own body. Thus, he would be judged as the debtor's slave. Rem didn't have a stable income for the past year. Even if he calculated everything, it wouldn't exceed 300 gold coins. If it was 100 times, it would only be 30,000 gold coins. It was still 20,000 gold coins short of the compensation of 50,000 gold coins. Rem's family wasn't well off, so even if he mortgaged all of his assets, he still wouldn't be able to repay the debt after a year. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, then after a year, Rem would be judged as Su Yi's slave by the kingdom's laws. For a mage like Rem, who used to have a high status, this was undoubtedly a humiliation that he couldn't accept. Thus, even if Wella had already broken up with him, she still couldn't help but plead with Su Yi. Of course, Su Yi wasn't willing to let Rem off so easily, but after careful consideration, he still promised Wella that he would preserve Rem's reputation. As for how to preserve it, that would depend on Su Yi's choice. Compared to Rem, Su Yi actually hoped that Cimarat would be severely punished. Although Rem was despicable, but if it wasn't for Cimarat's instigation, he wouldn't have walked down this path of evil. Thus, strictly speaking, Cimarat was the mastermind and should be punished more severely than Remington. However, there wasn't any contract between Cimarat and Su Yi, and according to the kingdom's laws, he couldn't be punished in any way. The punishment he received was nothing more than the punishment given to him by the Business Administration Department and the Magicians Guild. Compared to the terrifying punishment of Rem being turned into a slave, Cimarat's public punishment wasn't painful at all. Of course, this was only a public punishment. In reality, when Cimarat was escorted to Anvilmar City, he was taken away by the kingdom's northern army in the name of an emergency transfer and sent to the northern battlefield. Although he wouldn't be sent to the battlefield to die for unknown reasons, Viscount Leslie had clearly stated in his letter to Sue that this honorable magician Cimarron would be warmly welcomed by the elite soldiers of the Northern Army. In less than half a year, this magician's delicate but would become unrecognizable. Chapter 209. Perhaps to the people of Banna City and the surrounding cities, the Gellert Chamber of Commerce's matter was very serious, and the consequences would be very serious. But to Sue, he really didn't put this matter in his heart. In the process of new flyers development, there would be all kinds of problems. For these villains to try and harm the new flyer, it was something that Sue had already expected, so it wasn't worth wasting too much effort on. To Sue, compared to the ultimate goal in his heart, any problem he encountered in the process of realizing his goal was like a stone on the road. If he encountered it, he would move on, and the most important thing was that he didn't want to delay his progress too much. So when the Gellert Chamber of Commerce's matter came to an end, Sue made another move. At the beginning of September, the new flyer held another press conference. But it wasn't a product press conference, but rather a press conference. The reporters from the various newspapers who received the invitation from a new flyer were very confused. Everyone was familiar with product press conferences, but what was a press conference? Was it news? But for something like news, shouldn't it be discovered and reported by the various newspapers? Did they need the new flyer to announce it? The reporters all doubtfully came to the press conference set by the new flyer. They found that compared to the product press conference, the press conference was much smaller. Other than the reporters from the various newspapers, there weren't any normal people who came to watch the show like the product press conference. Seeing this, the reporters immediately understood. It seemed like the new flyer's announcement really was news. Didn't they see that the audience were all reporters? As for whether this news was big or not, they could only wait and see. Not long after, Sue brought his two assistants over and sat down on the stage. When he sat down, a reporter under the stage raised his hand and asked, "Chairman Sue, can I ask what kind of news your new flyer will be announcing?" The other reporters around him all glared at him, who directly went for the main topic. Didn't they know the rules? Sue revealed a faint smile and shook his head as he replied, "Before I announce the news, let me first mention something to everyone. This matter is actually related to the Gellert Chamber of Commerce." In front of the reporters, Sue described the Gellert Chamber of Commerce's matter. Regarding this matter, whether it was the people of Banna City or the surrounding cities, they were all very clear on this matter. These reporters from the various newspapers were very clear on this matter. But hearing Sue talk about this matter himself, it was from a different angle. Everyone was still interested in it, and they could hear a different meaning from Sue Yi's words. Actually, I've said a long time ago, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, and I welcome other companies to enter the magic machine industry and research magic machines with our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Because only like this can this industry truly develop. Sue suddenly changed the topic. But it's very strange. I've said this to many people, but there are very few people who believe me. There is even an example of the Gellert Chamber of Commerce stealing our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's technology. I really feel that this is a pity, and I'm very helpless. Actually, it isn't that hard to obtain our new flyer's technology, so why do they need to steal it? Hearing this, the reporters under the stage were all stunned. Sue Yi's words weren't completely true, right? The new flyer's magic machines were this profitable, so which company didn't want to obtain the new flyer's technology? They wanted to obtain the ability to make their own magic machines and earn large amounts of money. But up until now, there wasn't a single company that had obtained the new flyer's technology. Other than the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, keeping it a secret, what other reason was there? Chairman Sue, if we don't steal it, how can we obtain your new flyer's technology? A reporter asked in a loud voice. Sue revealed a faint smile. Other than using shameful methods like stealing and robbing, what is the most common method to obtain the things we want? The reporters looked at each other in blank dismay. This question was a bit vague. Even though the reporters were all quick-witted, no one could answer it in a short period of time. Only a very young female reporter who looked like she had just joined the news agency raised her hand and replied loudly, "I know. Buy it with money." The other reporters all looked at her with disdain. Nonsense. Everyone knew that the most common method was to buy it, but even if you wanted to buy it, you had to be willing to sell it to New Flyer. If New Flyer was willing to sell its unique magic machine technology, then it was certain that there would be a bunch of companies fighting to buy it. But out of the reporter's expectations, Sue actually nodded lightly in response to the young female reporter's answer and smiled. That's right, buy it. The reporters under the stage were all stunned. A reporter from the Saltan Morning News immediately asked, Chairman Sue, are you serious? Your Frestech Chamber of Commerce is really planning on selling the magic machine technology? Why not? Sue spread his hand and gave a shrug, as he said with a relaxed look, since there are people who want it, why wouldn't we be willing to sell it? Actually, this press conference today is to tell everyone a piece of news. Our New Flyer is planning to sell a part of our magic machine technology. As soon as Sue Yi's voice fell, there was an uproar under the stage as all the reporters became excited. If Sue Yi wasn't joking, then this would definitely be the biggest news in the near future. New Flyer was actually going to sell their magic machine technology. Didn't this mean that in Bana City and the surrounding cities, or even the entire Lampari Kingdom, there would be more companies that could produce magic machines that weren't inferior to the Shinfei brand? If it was like this, it would really be like what Sue Yi said. Magic machines would quickly spread across the kingdom, allowing everyone in the kingdom to experience the ease and convenience brought by magic machines. Sue Yi had told many reporters before that the magic machine industry would bring a historical change to the Lampari Kingdom, so it wouldn't be empty words. While the reporters were excitedly imagining this beautiful scene, there was a calm voice that sounded in the hall. Chairman Sue, may I ask, which part of the technology your New Flyer is transferring is related to? It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them as all the excited reporters instantly calmed down. That's right. Sue had just said that he would be selling a part of the technology. He didn't say that he would be selling the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce's magic machine technology. The difference was just too big. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Sue nodded with a smile of praise at the Karma Times. Vice Editor Ryan, who had asked this question before replying, of course, it's impossible for us to sell all of our technology. Rather, we will be selling it in batches. There were sighs that filled the hall. It was clear that the reporters were very disappointed with Sue Yi's answer. Sue Yi couldn't help smiling. I understand everyone's disappointment, but I ask everyone to understand that our New Flyer also needs to earn money, right? If we sell all the technology that we have, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce might not be able to continue existing. Do you want to see this result? The reporters looked at each other before giving dry laughs. Chairman Sue, of course I don't want your New Flyer to cease to exist, Ryan said with a straight face. Because in my opinion, your New Flyer is the most innovative chamber of commerce. Or more accurately, Chairman Sue, you are the most innovative person. Without you, New Flyer wouldn't have been able to develop so many new and useful magic machines. And if it wasn't for New Flyer, I even suspect that the entire magic machine industry would disappear. Thank you for the compliment. Sue smiled and nodded. But I have to say that even if our New Flyer doesn't exist, the magic machine industry will continue to develop and won't be affected in any way. Because people have already experienced the convenience that magic machines bring, there is enough demand for them. Since there is such demand, this industry won't disappear. But I still think that no Chamber of Commerce can compare to your New Flyer in this aspect. Or rather, Chairman Sue, Ryan insisted. The surrounding reporters heard Ryan's words and couldn't help secretly nodding. In the year that New Flyer had been established, there were countless examples that proved Ryan's point. Not only these reporters, the people of Bana City and the surrounding cities had already considered the New Flyer a synonym for magic machines. Perhaps no one could imagine what a magic machine without the New Flyer would be like. Thank you for everyone's support. I really am honored. Sue laughed. But let's return to the main topic. I just said that our New Flyer will be selling a portion of the technology. Now I announce that the first batch to be sold is the magic kettle technology that the Gellert Chamber of Commerce stole from our New Flyer. We welcome any company that wants to buy this technology to discuss with us. At the same time, we promise that when we sell this technology, we will help the company that buys this technology to absorb it, ensuring that the other side can independently produce a complete magic kettle. Of course, we hope that the companies that want to buy this technology can work closely with our new flyer. Don't. The reporters under the stage focused on listening while desperately writing down every single word that Sue-yi said in their notebooks. They all had a vague feeling that today's press conference would change the entire Lampari kingdom, even changing the entire signs. Every word that Sue-yi said today might be engraved in the pages of history, being passed down by everyone. Chapter 2:10. Hey, Sue-yi, I've only been gone for a month, and you've already made such a wasteful decision. Are you planning on angering me to death? Heinz's face turned red, and he angrily complained to Sue-yi. You can sell anything. Why do you have to sell technology? Could it be that our new flyer is lacking money? Sue-yi looked at Heinz with a smile. Not only was he not angry at all from being scolded, rather he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was like Heinz said, because Rhea had taken the initiative to go to Karma City last month, Heinz had been gone for a month. However, when he came back early this time, he directly found Sue-yi and complained about his decision at the press conference. Who said that we're lacking money? Sue-yi shook his head with a smile. According to CBAS statistics, our company's total profit last month was a bit higher than July, reaching a shocking 480,000 gold coins. Adding in the fact that we didn't spend much money last month, how could we lack money? Then tell me, why are you selling technology? Seeing Sue-yi's uncaring expression, Heinz felt the flames of anger in his heart rise. Even if you're selling technology, why are you selling all the technology related to the magic kettle? Could it be that you think that there would be a stupid company that would only buy a part of the technology and not be able to make the magic kettle after buying it? Sue-yi said, no one is that stupid, but I feel that you're stupid this time. Heinz loudly said, didn't you always tell me that technology is the foundation of a company, especially for a company like our new flyer that relies on technology to make a living? Now that you've sold all the technology related to the magic kettle, are you planning on not letting us make our own magic kettle? I'm indeed planning on doing this. Heinz thought that Sue-yi would argue a bit, but he never thought that he would directly admit it, causing him to choke on his breath. After taking a few deep breaths, Heinz tried his best to calm himself down. He asked Sue-yi seriously, tell me honestly why? I know that no matter what decision you make, you always have your own ideas. But this time, I can't figure out how selling the technology will benefit New Flyer. What if I told you that I'm not selling the technology for New Flyer's own benefit? What would you think? Sue-yi asked. You. Heinz's eyes widened, but he immediately forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Sue-yi. Sooner or later, I'll die of anger because of you. Fine, even if your decision this time isn't for the sake of New Flyer, then tell me, what is it for? Sue-yi smiled. Actually, I was just joking. This decision doesn't benefit New Flyer at all for the time being, but it's actually very beneficial in the long run. Where is the benefit? To put it bluntly, I'm selling the technology for the magic kettle to quickly popularize the magic machines. Like this, those companies that bought the technology could truly make the complete magic kettle. This time, I've also guaranteed that our new flyer won't make the magic kettle, so they don't need to worry about the strong competition from our Shinfei brand magic kettle. They can invest even more without any scruples. Sue-yi said, if it's just like this, we can also popularize the magic machines by making the magic kettle ourselves. Why would we be in a rush to give all the profits from the magic kettle to others? Heinz wasn't in a rush at this time and calmly analyzed the Sue-yi. According to my estimates, because the magic kettle is cheap and it's used frequently, almost every family will use it. Once it's released, the sales will be very high. I don't believe that you can't calculate something that I can calculate. Of course I can. Sue-yi nodded. Heinz nodded. But Heinz, Have you calculated how much profit a single magic kettle makes? Heinz thought for a bit before replying with knitted brows. Although it can't compare to the magic air conditioner, the magic freezer, or even the automatic magic rice cooker, I feel that it should be around the same profit as the magic fan. Even if it doesn't make one gold coin, it shouldn't be a problem to make 70 to 80 silver coins. Adding in the high sales volume, the profit should be quite good. He slowly shook his head. No, you're too optimistic. Actually, according to my estimates, it's hard for the magic kettle to surpass one gold coin. So no matter how high the profit is, it's hard for it to reach 70 to 80 silver coins. Heinz was a bit confused. Why can't you set the price a bit higher? Anyway, as long as you don't sell the technology, the magic kettle will only be produced by our company. Even if the price is a bit higher, I feel that people will still buy it. No, it's different this time. We could set the price at will before, because we were the only company producing it. But with the Jeller Chamber of Commerce as an example, everyone knows about the magic kettle ahead of time, so there won't be any novelty or impact, so the price will be affected. Moreover, you should be very clear that the technology behind the magic kettle isn't that high. As long as those companies are willing to spend a bit of time researching magic machines, they will definitely be able to make it. But their magic kettles can't compare to our Shinfei brand. What are you afraid of? Heinz said in an unconvinced voice. He shook his head. Our Shinfei brand magic machines are better than the magic machines of the other companies mainly because of our outstanding industrial design. This time the magic kettle's industrial design is already known by everyone, so we don't have the unique advantage of before. So our magic kettle isn't that much better than the magic kettles of the other companies. Hearing Su Yi's response, Heinz couldn't help angrily glaring at Su Yi. If you didn't reveal all these secrets at that press conference, how could others know about our unique industrial design? Su Yi revealed a grin. What if I told you that I did it on purpose? Heinz was stunned. Could it be that you were already prepared to sell the magic kettle technology? Of course. Otherwise, why did you think that I didn't choose anything and had Evita choose a part of the magic kettle technology that Rem stole? Heinz couldn't help looking over Su Yi before saying with a sigh, Su Yi, I've suddenly found that you are actually such a sinister fellow. Many thanks for your praise. Su Yi revealed a smile before continuing. So, even if I didn't sell the magic kettle technology, it wouldn't mean much to our new flyer. We wouldn't earn that much from keeping it, so it would be better to sell it. Heinz looked at Su Yi. Isn't this what you asked for? If you immediately took care of Rem when you found that there was a problem, how could all these things have happened? Su Yi shook his head with a smile, thinking that Heinz's pettiness couldn't be changed. To him, New Flyer had suffered a loss in this matter, so he was very dissatisfied. If he wanted to change his thoughts, he could only think from his point of view. Su Yi thought about it before saying to Heinz, Actually, the benefits of this matter for our new flyer aren't all long-term. In the short term, there are still many benefits. Heinz revealed an interested look. Is that so? What benefits? Tell me about it. First, we didn't just sell the magic kettle technology to a single company this time. Rather, we set a fixed price and conditions. All companies that are willing to buy or accept these conditions can buy it. So in less than a week, there are over 20 companies that have asked us about buying the technology. Heinz was shocked. What is the situation? How many companies are willing to buy it? How much are they prepared to pay? It's not clear right now, but based on their enthusiasm, I estimate that there are at least 15 companies that are willing to buy it. My price for the technology is 10,000 gold coins. At the same time, for each magic kettle made by the companies that buy the technology, they have to pay our new flyer 1 silver coin. It's a bit like the cooperation we had with the Farsak Chamber of Commerce before. Heinz cut in. It is a bit similar. But this time, I'm planning on continuing this model for a long time. Su Yi said with a smile. I always hoped that the kingdom's parliament would pass a patent law, but it never came to pass. Since the kingdom's parliament doesn't care, we'll do it ourselves. As long as there are enough companies that buy our technology and sign this contract, it will be equal to those companies buying our patents. If this model is gradually spread and accepted by everyone, It will be equal to us creating our own patent law. Heinz thought for a bit before nodding. This is indeed a good method. But we can only earn a trivial 1 silver coin for each magic kettle. This really is a bit too little. Seeing Heinz sigh, Sue patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Perhaps you feel that this amount is very little now. But believe me, you'll find in the future that we can earn a silver coin for each magic kettle, even if we don't do anything. This is already quite a bit, because not long after, the era of large profits for household magic machines will come to an end." Heinz looked at Sue in a daze. Even if he wasn't willing, he had to admit that Sue-Yi's words weren't wrong at all. Although competition would bring progress, it was easy for competition to thin out profits. This truth had been proven in all the signs industries. Although the magic machine industry was a new industry, it couldn't escape from this iron law. The only thing Heinz could do was to pray that this time would come as late as possible. Chapter 211. After 3 months, the current falling rain valley had greatly changed compared to when it had just been developed. Not to mention the tall and spacious factory buildings at the entrance, or the neatly arranged houses of different styles in the distant living area. Just looking at the crisscrossing cement roads in the falling rain valley was enough to make one feel refreshed and shocked. In the entire falling rain valley, it wasn't just filled with ice-cold cement roads and brick buildings. In all the gaps that could be seen, there were all kinds of strange plants growing all around. Because it was the beginning of autumn, regardless of whether it was the flowers or trees, they were still at their most luxuriant stage. Thus, as far as the eye could see, the entire place was filled with red flowers and green leaves, covering the workshops and roads in a sea of flowers. It appeared to be full of vitality, causing the entire falling rain valley scenery to not be so monotonous and cold. These strange plants were, of course, transplanted by the Night Song tribe that Sue asked. For these elves that had lived in the falling rainforest for hundreds of years, this was their specialty. In less than half a month, the elves had used a method that Sue couldn't understand to turn the falling rain valley into its current appearance. Because of the elves' obsession with beauty and their special talent, the current falling rain valley was more like a work of art. It wasn't like the industrial base that Sue remembered. Due to the effects of these plants, walking in the falling rain valley, not only would one not be able to smell the various odors from the factories, but one would also be surrounded by a refreshing fragrance that seeped into one's heart, making one feel exceptionally comfortable. Chairman Pompey jumped out of the horse carriage behind Sue, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was deeply shocked. "Chairman Sue, I thought that the industrial base you mentioned would be dirty and messy, but I never thought that it would be such a beautiful place. I even feel that even if I lived here, it would be much more comfortable than living in Bandit City." Sue laughed. "If you're willing to become an employee of our new flyer, your wish can be easily realized. Look, do you see those rows of houses in the distance? That's a living area specially reserved for the employees of our Chamber of Commerce." President Pompey glanced at the houses in the distance that had different styles, but were all very unique. He could not help but let out a long sigh. "It's a pity that I don't have such luck. Chairman Sue, I suddenly feel that even if your new flyer doesn't produce magic machines, you can still make a lot of money just by creating a living area like this. I can guarantee that there will be many people who wish to live in such an environment. The problem is that there aren't many people willing to live 50 kilometers away from Bandit City, right?" Sue said with a smile. President Pompey laughed heartily. "That's why we have to make the carriage run faster. Only in this way can it be more convenient for everyone to take the carriage and get to where they want to go faster." "That's right." Sue revealed a smile. He made an inviting gesture to President Pompey and led him to a workshop not far from the entrance of the valley. Walking on the road, seeing the steel mill that was already in production, Sue couldn't help feeling emotional. If it wasn't for the existence of this steel mill, he wouldn't have decided to sell the magic kettle technology in the end. Actually, Sue didn't have time to tell Heinz the benefits of selling the magic kettle technology. For example, The steel mill in front of him would earn large profits from this. It had already been half a month since the press conference, and in this half a month, there were a total of 27 companies that signed contracts with the new flyer, buying the magic kettle technology from the new flyer. Since these 27 companies bought the technology, of course they wanted to make the magic kettle. But the material for the magic kettle was the silver leaf steel. If it was changed in normal iron, not only would it not be beautiful, it wouldn't be rust-resistant, and it wouldn't even meet the standards in terms of industrial design. So if the 27 companies that bought the technology wanted to make the magic kettle, they had to use the silver leaf steel. As for the special alloy of the silver leaf steel, only the steel mill in front of him could produce it. Other than buying the silver leaf steel from the new flyer, these 27 companies had no other choice. If this steel mill hadn't been established yet, with just the two small steel mills in the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe, the silver leaf steel they produced wouldn't be enough for the new flyer to use. Then Sue naturally wouldn't consider selling the magic kettle technology. But since this steel mill was put into production last month, its monthly output had far surpassed the combined output of the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe's small steel mills. It reached a shocking 50,000 tons. Of the 50,000 tons of steel, the silver leaf steel took up half of it, totaling over 30,000 tons. Even if the new flyer made all kinds of magic machines, it only consumed around 10,000 tons of silver leaf steel each month. Now the steel mill's output was not only enough to satisfy the needs of the new flyer, it also had a surplus. This was the main reason why Sue decided to sell the magic kettle technology in the end. Of course, the silver leaf steel wasn't just sold to the 27 companies. Because the silver leaf steel was light, beautiful, and most importantly had a rust-resistant function, it had a wide range of uses. So after many companies saw the silver leaf steel used in the automatic magic rice cooker, they all asked Sue about it, wanting to buy this special steel. Because the silver leaf steel produced wasn't enough for the new flyer to use, Sue didn't agree to sell it. But now that this large-scale steel mill had entered production, the silver leaf steel's output had greatly increased. Starting last month, the new flyer had already started selling a portion of the silver leaf steel. According to the statistics, the new flyer had sold a total of 10,000 tons of silver leaf steel last month. With the silver leaf steel selling price of 400 gold coins per ton, just by selling the silver leaf steel, this steel mill had earned a terrifying 4 million gold coins last month. Of course, this wasn't profit. When selling the silver leaf steel, Sue had tried to raise the price while the other companies didn't understand the silver leaf steel. But even if these astute fellows didn't understand the silver leaf steel, they did understand the cost of smelting iron ore. Especially since the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Morgan had publicly announced that the cost of smelting a ton of iron ore was around 400 gold coins. So as long as Sue raised the price by 400 gold coins, the companies that wanted to buy the silver leaf steel would all shrink back. In the end, Sue could only helplessly set the price at 400 gold coins. To many people, the new flyer setting the price of the silver leaf steel didn't make that much profit, so the companies that were hesitating quickly decided to buy it. However, they didn't know that this steel mill was using the new machine Sue had brought from Earth. With the high-strength magic array, the overall cost was much lower than Chairman Morgan's estimate. For each ton of silver leaf steel, the steel mill only needed to pay around 390 gold coins. Although at first glance, there wasn't much difference between 390 gold coins and 400 gold coins, there was still a profit of around 4 gold coins. Last month, the new flyer had sold 10,000 tons of silver leaf steel, so they had earned a large profit of over 100,000 gold coins. If they sold all the steel produced by this steel mill, the profit would reach a shocking 400,000 gold coins. It wasn't exaggerated to say that just this steel mill alone had a profit that could compare to the Household Magic Machine Workshop and the Magic Machine Workshop added together. Of course, right now the new flyer's household magic machines and magic machines were limited to Bana City and the surrounding cities. If they waited until there was a bigger market for magic machines in the future, The market for household magic machines and magic machines would be limitless. The biggest use of this steel mill was to satisfy the needs of New Flyer, so naturally they couldn't sell all the steel they produced. Among these needs, there was the steel tire workshop in front of Sue, E, and Chairman Pompey. When the two walked into the workshop, they heard the ear-piercing sounds of metal being cut. President Pompey's gaze swept across the factory, but he found that he couldn't understand what the workers in the workshop were doing. He could only see that with the use of these workers and those strange magic machines, those steel rings and bars that didn't seem strange were perfectly combined together. It looked like a horse carriage wheel on the outside, but it was actually a pure iron product that wasn't like that at all. Chairman Pompey picked up a finished iron wheel and found that this steel ring that was as tall as his waist was at least 10 pounds, so he couldn't help knitting his brows. Chairman Sue, this is the tire you mentioned? But this thing is much heavier than a wooden wheel. It's no different from the pure iron wheels I mentioned to you before, right? This isn't finished yet. Sue revealed a faint smile. He led Chairman Pompey and the finished iron wheels to the other side of the giant factory. On one side of this place were piles of steel wheels, and on the other side were piles of black, round, unknown objects that were similarly piled up like a mountain. Next to these dark and unknown objects, there was a large pile of messy things that he couldn't understand what they were for. What are these? Chairman Pompey pointed at the black things and asked, "If I tell you what these things are individually, I'm afraid you won't understand. So I can only tell you that when these things are put together, this is the real tire." Sue led Chairman Pompey to the end of the production line. There was a tire that had just been finished, and Sue picked it up. He put it in front of him, and the tire stood up. "What do you think of this tire?" Sue pointed at the tire on the ground and asked Chairman Pompey. Chairman Pompey knit his brows and carefully looked over the tire before shaking his head. "To be honest, I don't know. Chairman Sue, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't understand how you made this tire at all. I don't even know what these things are. If you ask me what I think, I really don't know." Sue revealed a smile as he pointed at Luan Tai and said, "Try pressing down on it first." Puzzled, President Pompey still pressed hard on the tire, but he felt that it was soft to the touch. The surface of the tire sank a little when he pressed it, but when he let go, it immediately bounced back to its original state. Chairman Pompey was shocked. He looked at the tire and pondered for a moment. Then, he said in surprise, "Its surface is so elastic. This is great. If we use this thing to walk on the road, even if there are some bumps, it won't be a problem. I am certain that riding a horse carriage will be much more comfortable than before." Sue laughed and said, "Chairman Pompey is indeed a professional. You're able to understand the wonders of this tire so quickly." "That's right. With this tire, we will be able to reduce the amount of bumps when riding a horse carriage in the future. Additionally, this tire will face much less resistance compared to those old wooden wheels. It will definitely be much faster when traveling on the road." "I believe it. I believe it." Chairman Pompey excitedly nodded his head again and again. He grabbed Sue Yi's hand and shook it vigorously. "Chairman Sue, back then, when you told me that you wanted to find a way to improve the horse carriage, I thought you were joking. Now that I have seen this tire, I finally believe that you were not joking. Haha. All we need to do is change the tire, and our horse carriage will undergo a huge change." "This is great." Sue calmly pulled his hand back and asked, "Chairman Pompey, are you willing to buy these tires?" When the word buy was mentioned, the excited expression on Chairman Pompey's face instantly faded. He looked at the forum that was still standing on the ground and asked tentatively, "Chairman Sue, how much do you plan on selling them?" Sue raised 3 fingers with a smile. "It's not expensive. It's only 3 gold coins." 3 gold coins? President Pompey quickly calculated in his mind and then revealed a smile. "Chairman Sue, we can discuss the price later. Before that, can you let me do some tests on this tire? After all, I haven't really used it, so I can't be sure if it's suitable or not. Don't you think so?" Sue smiled and nodded. "Of course. We will not only provide tires for the horse carriage, but also provide bearings and all after-sales insurance. I guarantee that we will be absolutely considerate and will never let you down. Chairman Pompey laughed. I still trust the reputation of New Flyer. After saying that, he extended his hand to Sue. Chairman Sue, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After shaking hands with Chairman Pompey, Sue suddenly had a naughty idea. He stretched out his hand and gently pushed the still standing tire. The tire immediately rolled out slowly and steadily on the flat cement floor of the workshop until it finally hit a distant wall and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the smile on Chairman Pompey's face became even more brilliant. Chapter 2:12. When the first leaf that had turned yellow because of the season was blown down by the autumn wind, the road from Banta City to Karma City was finally finished. It was different from the falling rain road. This road that connected Banta City and Karma City could be considered the first real inner-city road in the Signs. With the completion of this road, it meant that the roads of the Signs continent would enter a new era. They would no longer have to walk on the bumpy roads of dirt and stone. They would be able to enjoy the convenience brought by concrete roads. For the Lampari Kingdom, this was a road that had a symbolic and realistic meaning. So not only did the city lord Count Samo personally host the road completion ceremony, Her Highness Agnes also came to congratulate them on behalf of the king. Other than the citizens of Banta City who came to watch the fun, the large and small companies of the city all sent their representatives. For these companies, the most important thing was to find out from Her Highness and Samo Count the attitude of the kingdom's high level towards this road. Although Samo Count had publicly expressed his support for this road in many newspapers, to the general public, the king had never shown a clear attitude. Even if he didn't show a clear attitude, it could be considered a secret support. But if he didn't say it, everyone would be a bit uncertain. After all, after this road was finished, the New Flyer would build a toll booth on the road to collect tolls. What kind of attitude the king had towards this was what the companies cared about. So at the ceremony, although the representatives of the large companies were listening to Samo Count's passionate speech on the surface, they were secretly paying attention to Her Highness Seveny standing behind Samo Count. As for Sue, who was standing beside Her Highness and talking to Her Highness with a smile, everyone was naturally filled with envy. However, they never would have thought that the topic Her Highness and Sue were discussing was something that wasn't important at all. Chairman Sue, I deeply regret your ability to come up with names. Seveny looked at Sue-Yi's relaxed smile and said in a helpless voice, this road is so important and you're actually this lazy, giving it a simple name like Bankar Road. This is simply a waste of everyone's feelings. Sui gave a shrug. It's just a name. What's the big deal? Then again, the Bankar Road is very simple. It's clear that this road connects Banta City and Karma City. But this is our Lampari Kingdom's first real road. Can't you think of a better name? Seveny pretended to be angry. Sue, he had an indifferent look. Is there a need? Anyway, the road is for people to use. The name is just a name. It's good that I didn't call it the 001 National Road. Seveny could only helplessly shake her head and roll her eyes at Sue. When she first met Sue, Seveny could still maintain her dignity as a princess. But as they met more and more, she found that in front of Sue, she became more and more relaxed. She also lost the calm and rational mind that she valued the most. So it was easy for her to be affected by Sue-Yi's reactions. Forget it. This is a road your New Flyer paid for. So it's your freedom, as the chairman to call it, whatever you want, I don't care. Seveny gave a sigh and decided not to pursue this matter. But there is a problem that I hope you can respect. What is it? Sue asked in a curious voice. Seveny asked in a curious voice, although Royal Father agreed to your proposal, allowing your New Flyer to pay for this road and allowing your company to build toll stations. Don't you think that the toll you set is too high? Sue slightly knit his brows. Your Highness, I remember that when we set the toll, we reported it to His Majesty through Count Samo ahead of time, right? Why are you accusing us of setting a high price now? Then again, It's only 50 silver coins per horse carriage. I don't think it's high at all. 70 revealed an awkward look. After pausing, she said with a sigh, Chairman Su, actually this is Royal Father's idea. This road is mainly for the citizens of the kingdom, specifically for the people of Banta City and Karma City. It's not right to take tolls, and it's not right to set such a high price. Hearing 70's words, Su Yi's smile disappeared, and he seriously said, Your Highness, you should be clear that our new flyer has invested a total of 430,000 gold coins to build this road. Moreover, we will also take care of the maintenance of this road, which is also a large expense. If the price is too low, how long do you think it will take for us to recover the money we invested? 70's expression changed, and she said in an embarrassed voice, This, Chairman Su, could it be that you can't give a bit of dedication to the citizens? Su Yi looked at 70 in surprise. Your Highness, I remember that I've discussed this with you before, right? It's fine if you want me and our new flyer to give a bit of dedication, but you can't expect all the people and companies to have this kind of selfless dedication, right? Although I do hope this, it is indeed impossible. 70 helplessly nodded. That's right. Su Yi didn't hold back as he continued. Our new flyer is building this road now to set an example for all the companies in the kingdom. It's to tell them that not only do they not need to lose money, they can also earn money. If it wasn't for this reason, do you think that the First and Carriage Company would take the initiative to invest in building a road from Banta City to Sultan City? If it wasn't for us private companies, could the kingdom's finances take out this much money? No. 70 shook her head with a bitter smile. She took a deep breath and revealed a smile again. All right, Chairman Su, it's my problem. Just treat it as if I didn't say anything. I just saw the completion of this road and couldn't help thinking that if our Lampari kingdom had roads like this all over, it would be a very moving scene, so I was a bit excited. Su Yi looked at 70 for a while before his voice became a bit calmer. Your Highness, I understand your feelings, but I ask you to recognize reality. The kingdom isn't strong right now, and we can't rely on our finances to build this infrastructure, so we can only think of other ways to solve this problem. Su Yi's sincere tone and expression made 70's heart skip a beat. Her eyes lit up as she seriously looked at Su Yi, listening to him continue. Anyway, the toll booths on this road are our new flyer's infamy. When it was announced in the newspapers, there were even people who came to our company's service center to protest, but that doesn't matter. To me, achieving my final goal is the most important thing, so I can pretend I didn't hear anything. There were people who directly protested. 70 was a bit surprised. 70 was a bit surprised. Samo Count didn't react. Su Yi laughed. After Sir Count learned of this matter, he wanted to send guards to our company's service center, but I rejected him. After all, compared to the people who scolded me and my company, most of the people of Banta City and Karma City welcomed the construction of this road with their hands. Even if they know that there is a fee, most people can understand. 70 revealed a faint smile. Anyway, most people don't have private horse carriages, and your road doesn't charge people. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Speaking of private horse carriages, I thought of something and wanted to ask your Highness for help. After being with Su Yi for a long time, 70 was very clear that other than when Su Yi always used honorifics to address her, as long as he suddenly changed to honorifics, there must be something troublesome. So she vigilantly asked, What is it? You just said that most people don't have private horse carriages, so they normally choose to walk and rarely choose to ride horse carriages. But like this, it delays travel time. I've calculated it, and just walking from Banta City to our new flyer's factory in Santa Manor is a distance of around 15 kilometers. Even if it's a bit faster, it will take close to 2 hours. Not to mention wasting time, it's very tiring. And then, you want to solve this problem? But how do you plan on solving it? 70 asked in a curious voice. Right, I don't want to solve this problem. For example, many of the workers in our factory live in Banta City or in the villages outside the city, so it takes a long time for them to get to work each day. Although our company has built some rooms for the workers to live in, there aren't enough rooms right now. When we expand our production, there won't be enough rooms. Su Yi said. You still haven't told me how you plan on solving this problem. 70 reminded him. To put it simply, it's to create a public transport system. Sui replied. Public transport system? This wasn't 70's first time hearing these strange words from Suyi's mouth. Although she didn't understand, she still carefully considered it. You mean, it's like the First and Carriage Company, using many horse carriages to travel around Banda City, connecting the roads in and out of Banda City, allowing everyone to ride horse carriages to go where they want to go? Your Highness really is smart. Sui couldn't help praising her. But this is the general idea. 70 thought about it before saying with knit brows, although this idea isn't bad, I feel that you should discuss this with the First and Carriage Company or Samoyed Count. What can I help you with? Sui laughed. Your Highness, of course you can help me greatly. Because although you can help me get something that can be replaced in the long run, we can't lack in the short term, which is horses to pull carriages. Chapter 2:13. There wasn't anything worth paying attention to at the Bonkar Road opening ceremony. The only highlight was that after Count Samo finished speaking, Her Highness 70 also gave a simple speech. Although Her Highness didn't say much, and most of it was to congratulate the opening of the Bonkar Road, she had revealed a very important piece of information from these words. It was that the king was very certain about investing in the road, and he clearly supported it. So the representatives of the large companies all became excited. Since this matter had the support of the kingdom's royal family, it meant that it was very promising. What they needed to see next was if the new flyer could earn money from this road. This doubt disappeared into thin air when the First and Carriage Company's horse carriage returned to Banda City. Because this horse carriage had set off from Banda City at the beginning of the ceremony, and now that it had made a round trip, it had only taken a trivial morning. All merchants understood one thing, which was that time was money. Before the Bonkar Road was built, although it was less than 60 kilometers from Banda City to Karma City, it would take half a day to get there even with the fastest horse carriage. But now that the Bonkar Road was opened, it took less than a single morning to make a round trip. If it was converted to a single trip, it would take less than 2 hours. Compared to before, there was no doubt that this saved a large amount of time. Needless to say, riding a horse carriage for 60 kilometers on that kind of gravel road was almost enough to make one's entire body fall apart. If it was goods, in order to protect the integrity of the goods, the speed had to be reduced to an extremely low level. A single trip might take an entire day. However, because the Bonkar Road was paved with cement, the horse carriage didn't feel any bumps at all. Adding in the fact that the First and Carriage Company's horse carriages had changed from the traditional wooden wheels to the new tires developed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Not only did it reduce the vibration of the horse carriages, it also made the horse carriages much lighter and much faster. If it wasn't for the help of the new tires, even on the smooth Bonkar Road, they wouldn't have been able to make a round trip between Banda City and Karma City in just a single morning. So after the Banta Times made a special report on the new tires, there was a new wave in Banda City and the surrounding cities, which was to change the tires for horse carriages. In just half a month, the horse carriages running through the streets of Banda City and the surrounding cities were all changed to the new tires made by the new flyer. If a family's horse carriage was still using the same wooden wheels, they wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Hashtag on a certain night in September, the City Lord's Manor held another banquet. All the chairmen and nobles of Banda City were invited to this banquet. Chairman Sui, I really do admire you. The First and Carriage Company's Chairman Pompey raised the wine cup in his hand and clinked it with Suyi's before sincerely praising. Since your new flyer was established, no matter what you developed, you would always create a buying frenzy in Banta City and the surrounding cities. Forget about the magic machines from before, since your new flyer has always focused on making these things. I never thought that a tire that you casually took out would create such a craze. Sui, he shook his head. Chairman Pompey, you can't look down on the tire. This thing isn't casually taken out. You have to know, although this thing looks like it's just a simple steel ring, there are many layers of things inside. Just the cushion was made by the Armani Chamber of Commerce countless times before I was satisfied. Because of this, President Vincent has complained to me countless times, saying that I'm too picky. Actually, to be honest, the most important part of the tire was the outer tire. But in the signs, he never found the existence of the rubber tree. Although he wanted to make tires before, because he didn't have rubber, he could only give up. Later on, when the Night Song tribe elves followed Su Yi's request to experiment with different kinds of resin, they accidentally found a special resin that was very similar to processed rubber. This resin came from a plant the elves called the tear fruit. After this plant matured, it would form a fruit the size of a person's head. If it was cracked open, it would release white juice. When this juice was mixed with several kinds of pollen and processed with the special magic of the elves, it would become this special resin. This resin was very similar to processed rubber, so when Sui saw it, he immediately thought that it could be used to make tires. After a series of experiments, the Night Song tribe elves finally succeeded in making the outer tire. Of course, the existence of this special resin was a secret of the new flyer, so Sui naturally wouldn't reveal it to Chairman Pompey. Hearing Sui mention Chairman Vincent, Chairman Pompey laughed, but now that the tires are selling well, their Armani Chamber of Commerce must be earning quite a bit of money, so Chairman Vincent shouldn't blame you. Sui revealed a smile. He looked at Chairman Vincent, who was chatting with several nobles in the distance, and thought that compared to asking the Armani Chamber of Commerce to experiment with the cushion countless times, what Chairman Vincent wanted to complain about the most was that even now, New Flyer still couldn't develop the magic textile machine he needed. But this was something that couldn't be helped. New Flyer had a limited number of researchers, and there were too many things that needed to be developed. So Sui could only gather his strength and choose the things that needed to be developed the most. Compared to the cotton spinning that wasn't that important right now, it was clear that the most important things for the industrial system were energy gathering, road construction, and other things that were more important. Right, Chairman Sui, I still haven't thanked you yet. Chairman Pompey suddenly said. Thank me for what? Sui said. Of course it's to thank you for making this request to Her Highness for me. Now that Her Highness has agreed to sell me the horses that can't be used for military purposes from the royal family's horse farm. Although the price is a bit expensive, for our horse carriage company, the more horses we have, the more carriages we can make, and the more business we can do. Chairman Pompey said with a red face. That's nothing. I just mentioned it to Her Highness in passing. Sui waved his hand and didn't care much. Then he asked curiously, right, Chairman Pompey, how much does your horse carriage company usually spend to buy a horse? That's hard to say. The quality of the horse is different, so the price is very different. The best type of horse might cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Our company can't afford it. Usually, the best horses are provided to the royal army apart from the private breeding of the great nobles. Our Chamber of Commerce uses inferior horses, and one horse is usually around 100 to 200 gold coins. President Pompey replied, 100 to 200 gold coins? Sui thought for a moment and asked, then, if I could give you something to replace these horses and make the carriage go faster, twice or even 3 times faster, how much would you be willing to pay? Chairman Pompey looked at Sui in a daze. After pausing, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he excitedly reached out to grab Sui's shoulder. Chairman Sui, is what you said true? Is there really such a thing? Has your Frestac Chamber of Commerce already developed it? Quickly tell me, if there really is one, even if it costs 200 gold coins. No, I'll definitely buy one for 300 gold coins. Sui was a bit speechless. When he heard about tires last time, Chairman Pompey was also this excited. Now that he was just revealing a bit of information, he was actually this excited. He was the chairman of a large company. Was there a need to make such a fuss over nothing? It hasn't been developed yet. It's still in the early stages. Sui pushed away Chairman Pompey's hand as he replied. Not yet. Chairman Pompey's excited expression instantly turned to disappointment. That really is a pity. This thing is just too important for our first carriage company. Chairman Sui, can you tell me when it will be developed? Sui gave a shrug. I can't answer you. This thing is very complicated. It's not something that can be developed that easily. Chairman Pompey thought about it before saying to Sue E with a serious look, "All right, Chairman Sue E, when the thing you're talking about is developed, you have to notify me ahead of time and sell it to our first and carriage company first, all right? We'll talk about it when the time comes." Sue E vaguely replied. Developing the engine was indeed very difficult. Sue E wasn't even certain if it could be developed, so how could he easily agree to this? Then again, if the engine really was developed, there would be many uses for it. Sue E naturally wouldn't give priority to this. Seeing Sue Yi's vague reply, Chairman Pompey knit his brows. He wanted to say something else, but he found that Samo Count had already come out with the crowd. He could only close his mouth and look at Samo Count. In front of everyone, Samo Count slowly walked to the stage in the center of the banquet hall. He looked around before raising his wine cup and saying in a loud voice, "Everyone, welcome to this banquet to study how to better transform Banda City." Chapter 214. It had already been 2 months since Satsuma Count gave the Banda City plan to Sue E, but the progress on this was actually very slow. 1. It was because the new flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, who were in charge of the first phase, couldn't leave. 2. It was because there were problems in the beginning. The first phase of the plan that Sue E and Satsuma Count decided on, other than those 2 villages, there were also several private territories of nobles. Compared to them, although there were more villagers in those 2 villages, they were much easier to take care of. When Sue E brought the city lord manor's orders over, the villagers of those 2 villages didn't object at all. No matter what Sue E said, they would obediently follow. What really troubled Sue E and Chairman Cruz were the nobles' territories that weren't that big. For the nobles of the signs, their territories were theirs, and even the king couldn't casually take care of them. So if Sue E wanted to do something to the nobles' territories outside Banda City, he had to obtain the agreement of these nobles. The problem was that other than the 2 rather enlightened nobles who agreed to the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce building on their territories, the other nobles didn't understand what this Banda City plan was, so naturally they wouldn't agree. So this project was slowed down by these stubborn nobles, and it progressed very slowly. Satsuma Count was very dissatisfied with this situation. After asking Sue E and Chairman Cruz for the reason, he specially held this banquet. Not only did he gather all the nobles of Banda City, he also gathered all the companies. Other than convincing those stubborn nobles and having them understand the meaning of this Banda City plan, he also wanted to gather donations from more companies. After the opening speech, Satsuma Count quickly entered the main topic. He explained the ideas in the plan that he had shown Sue E before. The people under the stage didn't understand at first, but as Satsuma Count explained in depth, they gradually revealed looks of deep thought. It should be said that Count Satsuma's idea of transforming Banda City was very good. Because of the rise of the new flyer in Banda City, there were many companies that appeared. And because of the various magic machines produced by the new flyer, the production efficiency of the large companies had greatly increased. At the same time, these companies had also become stronger. So there were countless new factories in Banda City, creating countless jobs and attracting large amounts of people. The quiet Banda City had become very lively. But this also created a large problem. Banda City was only a small city with around 50,000 people. So whether it was the city's citizens, it wasn't developed at all. Now that there were all these factories and people, this was simply a large disaster for this small city. Not mentioning anything else, just the amount of feces that Banda City transported each day was several times more than before, creating a large pressure on the Banda City government. If this continued, Banda City would collapse from the pressure sooner or later. Everyone, I don't think any of us would like to live in a chaotic and disorderly city. So in order to change this situation, after careful consideration, I have decided to transform Banda City. After saying this, Satsuma Count paused and looked around. Seeing the thoughtful looks of everyone under the stage, he gave a satisfied nod before continuing. Of course, there is no way to transform Banda City. Moreover, Banta City is indeed too small and can't support all these people. So my goal is to transform outside the city. As for how to transform outside the city, we need to listen to the expert in this field, the New Flyers chairman, Su Yi's ideas. Sui walked onto the stage in front of everyone with a faint smile and took Count's seat. He gave a slight bow to everyone and said with a smile, "Lord City Lord is praising me too much. I am not an expert in this field. I just have some experience when developing the Falling Rain Valley." Hearing Sui mention the Falling Rain Valley, everyone under the stage began to whisper. When the Falling Rain Road was opened, there were many people who took the horse carriages on the Falling Rain Road out of curiosity. Naturally, there were many people who went to the Falling Rain Valley. Then everyone found that the Falling Rain Valley that was incomparably barren and had no good points after the new flyer developed it, it had become a very beautiful and magnificent place. There were many people who saw the beautiful factories and living areas in the Falling Rain Valley, and they all sighed in praise like Chairman Pompey. So when they learned that Count Satsuma had given Banta City's transformation project to Sui, not many people were surprised. First, I'll show everyone a few paintings. With Sui's signal, two servants from the city lord's manor came forward with several scrolls and shelves. Then they unfurled the paintings on the shelves one by one. Everyone's eyes fell onto the scrolls, and they saw beautiful sceneries. In the middle painting, the main character was a river, but this river was different from the river in everyone's mind. The banks of this river weren't covered in sand. Rather, it was covered in beautiful embankments that were made of something unknown. The water under the embankment was clear. There were blue waves. There were all kinds of trees and flowers planted on both sides of the embankment. There was a cement road that wasn't that wide on both sides of the river, but it was incomparably flat. Under the cover of the grass, there were men and women of all ages strolling by the river, enjoying the cool breeze. There were several flat lawns on the side of the road, and there were quite a few children running around on the lawns with happy smiles on their faces. Just seeing this painting, the people under the stage couldn't help gasping in surprise. If there was a river that could be this neat and clean, they would be very willing to take a walk by the river at dusk. Chairman Su, for you to display these paintings now, could it be that you want to tell us that the river in this painting is the river outside Banta City? Someone under the stage couldn't help asking in a loud voice. That's right, the river in this painting is the transformed Sandy River. What does everyone think? Sui asked back with a smile. It is very good, but how could the Sandy River become like the one in your painting? That's right, it's already good that the Sandy River doesn't flood each year. How could it become this beautiful? Chairman Su, this is just your fantasy. It can't be realized at all. That's right. Seeing the people under the stage agree, Sui revealed a faint smile. Who says it's impossible? If you don't believe me, you can ask Chairman Cruz what the Sandy River looks like in the upper reaches of the falling rainforest. Everyone looked at the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Mun Cruz, who was sipping his red wine. Cruz put down his wine cup and revealed a proud smile to everyone. Chairman Sui is right. The Sandy River doesn't look that good right now, but it isn't hard to change it to what it looks like in this painting. Because in the past year, our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce has been modifying the banks of the Sandy River to the northwest of the falling rainforest, and now we're seeing some results. Although it isn't as beautiful as the one in this painting, it isn't far from it. I went to the Beastmen tribes of the Black Rice Wasteland a while ago, and when I passed by the upper reaches of the Sandy River, I found that the Sandy River that was about to dry up had completely changed. It was as beautiful as the one in this painting. I saw some people working on the banks, but I never thought that they would be workers from the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Everyone turned to look and found that the one who said this was the Renekton Chamber of Commerce's chairman Renursa, who went to the Beastmen tribes to do business. Because of his company's business, he would occasionally take a trip to the Beastmen tribes, and he would pass by the upper reaches of the Sandy River. Since he said this, it seemed like this matter should be true. Seeing the expressions of everyone under the stage change, Sui clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention back. He pointed at another painting and said, "Everyone, look at this painting. I think that everyone can see that this is a painting from high up in the sky. Everyone, pay attention to the city on the right. It represents Banta City that we're in right now. And on the left, it is the Santon Manor that our new flyer is currently in. As for the crisscrossing wide white lines on this painting, I think everyone should have already guessed that they all represent highways. Even if they had guessed it, hearing Sue say it now, everyone was still quite surprised. Chairman Sue, all these are roads? It can't be, right? A chairman of a small company under the stage couldn't help saying. I can understand your new flyer building a road from Banta City to the Santon Manor, but building all these useless roads. Is there a need? Useless? Sue waved his hand with a smile. No, there are no useless roads in this world. The reason why I marked all these roads on this map is to tell everyone that I really plan on doing this. At the same time, I have commissioned the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to inspect the roads that these roads need to pass through. As long as there are no problems with the inspection, these roads will be built at the same time. That's right. Our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce is very professional when it comes to building roads. Since Chairman Sue has entrusted this to us, we will definitely build these roads. Chairman Cruz said with a nod. Other than that, I want to remind everyone that if anyone here is interested in building roads, they can discuss it with me at any time. Sue laughed. Chairman Cruz, I just want you to confirm what I just said. I don't want you to advertise. Everyone under the stage couldn't help smiling. Of course, building roads isn't something that Chairman Cruz and I can decide on. We still need everyone's support. Hearing Sue Yi's words, the merchants under the stage all looked at the nobles on the other side. Everyone knew that Sue Yi's words were directed at the stubborn nobles. At this time, there was a cold snort that came from the crowd of nobles. Humph! Chairman Sue really knows how to talk to himself. Do you think that Banta City belongs to you alone? Chapter 2:15. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions became a bit strange, because the one who spoke was Baron Belil. When Baron Belil came to Banta City, he had chased the new flyer out of his territory, proving to everyone that he had broken off relations with the new flyer. However, when a new flyer moved to Santon Manor, Baron Belil had unexpectedly settled down. He didn't cause trouble for Sue and the new flyer like everyone expected. Based on this situation, everyone couldn't help guessing that Baron Belil had chased the new flyer out of his territory because of the Stag family, and not because of his own intentions. But now that Baron Belil had made such a clear opposition, it really surprised everyone. Sue looked at Baron Belil, but he wasn't angry at all. He said with a faint smile, Your Excellency Baron, this Banta City naturally doesn't belong to me alone. So if Banta City can be transformed, everyone in Banta City will enjoy the benefits. Baron Belil gave another cold snort. Everyone will enjoy the benefits? Chairman Sue, are you trying to trick a child? I think that it's only you and your new flyer that will enjoy the benefits, right? Otherwise, why are you so enthusiastic? Sue looked at Baron Belil, and after thinking for a bit, he asked, This means that your Excellency Baron is against this transformation project? Baron Belil coldly looked at Sue. Don't think about using words to trick me. This transformation project was proposed by the Lord City Lord, so of course I won't oppose it. But I won't support it. Everyone's expressions became even more strange, thinking that these words were really good. Since it was proposed by the Lord City Lord, not supporting it is equal to opposing it. So what are you explaining? Sue Yi's reaction was also very good. After hearing Baron Belil's response, he actually gave a simple nod before saying, All right, I understand. He had no intention of discussing this matter with Baron Belil at all. Baron Belil was clearly taken aback. But since Sue had made such a gesture, it would be embarrassing if he took the initiative to pester him. Thus, he could only keep his mouth shut. Sue then introduced the other pictures to everyone. Without a single exception, these were the scenes outside Banta City that Sue had imagined. Seeing the beautiful scenes drawn on these paintings, everyone below the stage could not believe it. After all, compared to the current Banta City that was a bit dirty, the Banta City in these paintings was just too beautiful. Even Anvilmar City paled in comparison. But everyone naturally hoped that Banta City could really become like the painting. If it became true, Banta City would become a place that everyone would envy. After showing these pictures, Sui immediately got to the main topic. He was very clear that for the people under the stage, no matter how good the pictures were, it wasn't as important as the benefits they could obtain from it. So after introducing the pictures, he began to explain the meaning of Banta City's renovation plan. After talking about the benefits of the industrial and living areas, one could clearly see that the eyes of the representatives of the companies under the stage lit up. It was clear that they could smell business opportunities from Sui's words. Although most of the nobles didn't consider this, when they heard Sui describe the scenes, they were also a bit moved. After Sui spent half an hour explaining the plan, the expressions of the people under the stage were no longer as confused as before. It was clear that they had all kinds of thoughts. Seeing this scene, Count Samo couldn't help revealing a smile of praise to Sui. This kid, he really was good at finding benefits that could be enjoyed by most people. It also made the things he did easier for people to accept. The banquet lasted for an entire night, and when it was over, Sui felt his mouth go dry. At the banquet, there were representatives of companies and nobles who kept asking Sui about the details of the renovation. They wanted to obtain some specific information from Sui so that they could know what kind of benefits they could obtain from this. Sui had to answer them one by one and help them analyze it. Although these people were all satisfied when they left, Sui spent a lot of effort salivating. In the end, even his throat became a bit dry because of this. I won't do this kind of thankless thing in the future. After accepting Samo Count's praise and saying goodbye, Sui couldn't help thinking. It was already late at night, and Sui looked up at the moon in the night sky. He gave up the idea of taking a horse carriage and walked back to his home in the city. The current Banta City was indeed very different from last year. At this time last year, because the autumn nights had already turned cold, it was late at night now. Everyone in Banta City had already returned to their homes to rest, and there wasn't a single person on the streets. But now that it was clearly late at night, there were many small stores on the sides of Banta City that were still open. They were brightly lit, and there were all kinds of noises that came from time to time. Even on the side of the street, there were also some small stalls selling midnight snacks. Different fragrances were emitted from the stalls, attracting the people who had not yet rested to take out a few or dozens of silver coins from their pockets to enjoy a delicious midnight snack. Compared to last year's piece, the current Banta City was very lively even at night. It was like the large cities of China on Earth. There was only one reason for this situation. It was people. Banta City only had around 50,000 people, but now it had over 200,000 people. With so many people squeezing into this small city, it naturally brought a large change to this place. Sui saw a young man and woman hugging each other as they sat down in front of a night market stall, and he couldn't help revealing a smile. This situation was simply the same as living in the cities on Earth. The only difference was that Banta City didn't have street lamps. Whether it was the street stalls or the night market stalls, they could only rely on magic lamps for light. Thinking of street lamps, Sui's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. Although Banta City had been around for a long time and it was hard to completely change it, it was very possible and necessary to make some improvements. For example, street lamps were very common in cities on Earth, but they weren't found in signed cities, so they had a very practical meaning. Thinking of this, Sui immediately estimated the cost of a street lamp in his mind. Because the magic lamps didn't need to be powered like the street lamps on Earth, he just needed to make a tall enough stand and hang the magic lamps up, so the cost would be much lower. But there were a few problems with this. The first problem was that although Evita and Akali had made a breakthrough in long-distance magic transmission technology, being able to use a special method to transmit magic crystals to a magic array 3 meters away, this distance wasn't stable enough. So they could only test it and couldn't actually use it. The street lamps needed to be over 3 meters, so if the magic lamps were hung on a tall stand, it would be a problem where to set the switch. Moreover, because the street lamps on Earth were powered by the same power source. They could be remotely controlled. But with the current technology of a new flyer, they definitely couldn't do this. And if the switch was placed on the lamppost, it would be hard to prevent bored fellows from casually pressing the switch. Although there was a sealed space on the lamppost, and there was a lock on the outside to prevent this from happening, just the fact that there was no one to turn the lamps on and off at a fixed time was a very troublesome matter. After thinking about it for a bit, he found that there were too many problems, and he couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. AI. In the end, there's still a lack of technology. He gave a sigh in his heart. If Evita and the others could completely master the long-distance magic transmission technology and make the transmission distance infinite, allowing the magic crystals to be transmitted like electricity, it would be much more convenient. Thinking about it, he could only give a helpless sigh. Magic wasn't electricity after all. It couldn't be transmitted through a simple wire. But if he didn't solve this problem, he would have to face all kinds of problems like the street lamps. How should I solve this? He quickly fell into deep thought and suddenly forgot to look at the road. Pong! He slammed into the iron pillar of shop on the side of the street. He took in a cold breath from the pain and even saw stars appear in front of his eyes. The sound of him slamming into the ground was very loud, instantly attracting the attention of the people eating supper in the night market. Seeing holding his head with a look of pain, everyone couldn't help secretly laughing. The girl in the couple that had just seen was secretly pointing at whispering something to her male companion with a smile. But after a while, there were quite a few people who recognized him. This person who had slammed into a pillar while walking was actually the famous new Flyers chairman of Bandit City. While everyone was stunned, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and broke out in wild laughter while everyone looked at him like he was a madman. I really am too stupid. Why did I have to use magic to replace electricity? Do I have a fucking stone head? There was clearly such a simple method, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.